Okay, good morning. I'd like to welcome you to the Wednesday, December 16th, 2020 Board of Commissioners meeting. I believe Commissioner Henderson should be here in just a minute. Did want to start on time because we do have a full agenda today, a lot of important business. Please join us first in the Pledge of Allegiance, if you might. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And of course, I always want to do the 4-H pledge next. 10 years of training. Okay, so I believe Commissioner DeBone, you're on.
Yes, I'm available right now. I do apologize. I'll be taking a phone call at some point in the future.
Yes.
But I'm able to attend, and I'll probably stay up here for the first half of the meeting, and then I'll come down after.
Okay, that sounds fine. Commissioner Henderson should be here just any second. I have no citizen input for this morning. Consent agenda. Commissioner DeBone?
So, there's a bunch of stuff on the consent agenda, a bunch of the road districts, but I'll move approval of the complete consent agenda for today.
Okay, and I will second that motion. Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBone?
I'll vote yes.
And the chair votes yes. And I do want to recognize and thank Eileen White, who has served for quite a few years on the Deschutes County Behavioral Health Advisory Board. She has been a real asset to that board, and I want to thank her for her service.
Commissioner, if I could just make a quick comment. Item number 7, appointing Kathleen Stockton to the Sun Mountain Ranches Special Road District. Kathleen is a former, now retired employee of community development who is certainly one of my favorites, a staff favorite there, and wish her well in the off chance she might be watching this, but and I congratulate her for still being involved in her community and being on the road district board. So well done, Kathleen.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you to, yes, we have a lot of people that have joined some of our road, and some of them are reappointments, so that's good too. We just started, we have our COVID-19 update. Nahad, would you like to take it away, please?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm a bit hurt. Tom mentioned Kathleen as his favorite employee. Meanwhile, I thought I was one of his favorites, so I have to have a conversation later.
I picked that also, yeah. A favorite.
Yeah, you also noticed, Commissioner. So it seems like we are streaming at this point. Thank you, commissioners, for inviting us. For the record, my name is Nahad Sadri. I'm the Director of Public Health for Deschutes County Health Services. Dr. George Conway, Director of Health Services, is also online and available for any questions. Many thanks to Jenny Faith for the great data analysis, and many thanks to our health services staff and community partners working diligently within the reinvigorated incident command structure to effectively respond to this pandemic. This graph, commissioners, is the cumulative numbers, which as of yesterday sits at 3,293 cases and unfortunately 18 deaths. We see inflection points and increasing rate of change after Labor Day, Halloween, and Thanksgiving. This next slide shows the number of cases by week. Last week, we had slightly less cases reported at 403 compared to previous weeks, which were at 455 and 452. We have had 74 new cases reported on Monday and Tuesday this week. This next slide shows cases broken down by age groups. We see around 54% of the cases in young adults up to 50 years old. 20 to 29-year-olds continue to be the age group with the highest number of cases, which sits at around 22% of the total number of cases. This next slide is similar to the previous one, except it focuses on the most recent full calendar week of 12/6 to 12/12, where we had 403 cases reported. And we see over half, around 57%, of the cases were aged between 20 up to 50 years old. However, we still see an equal distribution of cases among the age groups in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. Now, beginning early part of December, Oregon Health Authority, or OHA, transitioned to reporting total tests versus reported persons tested, right? So the differentiation is between persons, unique persons tested versus total number of tests. So now they're reporting the total number of tests, which better reflects the total volume of tests in a county. And it may, obviously, as you know, include duplicate positives and or duplicate negatives for individuals. There were around 7,000 total tests received in the most recent week, and around 6.3% of those were positive.
7,000, Ahad. That's amazing.
Total tests, yes, Commissioner. Yeah. This graph shows the school reopening metric of 2-week case rates per 100,000 population. It's a combination of the 2 weeks. And excuse me. And in the last 2 weeks, we see numbers well above the threshold, which obviously puts us in extreme high risk category. And this particular metric is complemented by the positivity rate, which is also for a 2-week period. And the positivity, as I mentioned, it's based on the new way of calculating the tests, which has shifted from persons to total number of tests being done. And what we see here is a bit of a drop from 8% positivity rate to around 6.7% positivity.
So, Nahad, that is a firm number then?
Yes, I mean, we still have delay in receiving the tests and in putting them into the system. So this percentage might change a bit as we move forward. But because we're looking at the total number of tests, I don't think it's going to be a significant change.
And another question, one slide back, the 2-week case rate per 100,000 population. So that 200 number is also the same number we use that has been published by the governor's office for the current metrics for the levels of our community. Sorry about the terminology, but so the 200 though is kind of that magic number. That's 200 per 100,000 population.
Yes, that's a good clarification here. We do have a couple of milestones here. One is at 100. We want to be less than 100 per 100,000. The other threshold is at 200, which gives us a bit more, still some in-person classroom experience, but with some limitations. But then above that, obviously, the recommendation is for comprehensive distance learning.
But I'm referring to just the metric system as published by the governor's office under the executive orders.
Yes.
We're in that 2-week rolling average. Yeah. So this is talking about school metrics, but the fact that it was no surprise that we're going to stay in the extreme level, I guess is the message right now, because we really do need to see the numbers basically half of what they are.
Yeah, to your point, Commissioner, there were kind of multiple metrics that we were keeping an eye on, but they have basically consolidated those metrics. So as you rightfully mentioned, the school metrics are reflective of basically the risk-based approach or the risk-based framework that the governor's office is taking now, and it's reflected here. And there are 2 key metrics in that risk-based framework, one of which is the case rate per 100,000, the other is the positivity rate. So it's now synergized and consolidated, and we don't have to keep an eye on multiple metrics. Thanks for highlighting that.
Well, Nahad, so just so I'm always clear on this, because it's always confusing, 2 weeks per 100,000, well, we're 200,000. So the change is at 400 cases, for Deschutes County, 400 cases in a 2-week period is the drop down from the pink to the whatever to less pink. That's the threshold, right? When we have 400 cases or less, we drop into the consider transition to. and then we drop to 200 in a 2-week period for our county. We get down to to on-site and distance, but to get all the way down to prioritizing on-site learning, we have to be at 100 cases in Deschutes County over 2 weeks. Isn't that right?
So Commissioner, I'm glad you raised that point for clarification, because I'm sure committee members are asking the same question as well. And I don't know if the color coding is coming across clearly or not. So at this
Yeah, it
first line
is.
here-
Yeah, it's clear on the screen, clear on our paper. Yep.
Oh, great. So here at the bottom is the green light, and 50 is where the threshold is. So 50 per 100,000. Then for on-site and distance learning, which really then separates maybe the young children from the more adolescent one, then that's goes from 50 to 100.
Right.
And then from 100 to 200, where it's kind of like the pinkish or whatever this is, that's where you're considering transition to and from comprehensive.
Right. No, I'm just checking the math really, because I think when people read it, it's confusing in our county because we happen to have 200,000 people roughly, but it's a 2-week number. So I'm saying 50 is really 100. When you read that Deschutes County has 100 in 2 weeks, then that's good. We're below that. We're down to on-site. When we have 200 or lower, we're combined, and 3, we're considering it, 4, we're considering it. So we've got a long ways to go. One of the questions I've had is that, have we ever done through our county a comparison of what other states are requiring on just total cases per jurisdiction? Because I'm concerned that we could be up here, for another 6 months. I mean, nobody knows that we won't be up there, and that's another semester or something. So is there any? It seems like they got to be looking at that number because our positivity is getting closer, but we're doing it, So have you ever done a survey of 20 states to see what they're doing in terms of metrics and how far off or on we are?
Yeah, it seems like Dr. Conway wants to chime in.
Yeah, to Anderson, the more recent question first. OHA did do a survey of the different state guidelines in October at the time that they were revising the metrics, remembering that these are the revised metrics. These conform to both CDC's recommendations and California's recommendations, and actually are very close to Washington. Use a slightly different math, but very close to Washington and California, so the 2 states that we're bracketed by. The other issue is that because these are case rates per 100,000 population, because we have just under 200,000, the way that OHA calculates these, 193,000, the intercensal estimate is over 200,000 for Deschutes County. These numbers are very, very close to the weekly total count, because we have about 200,000. So
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. I see what you're saying, yeah.
So that's just kind of a shorthand way to see this, that just because we have about 200,000. So in order to be down to the question you asked about on-site and distance learning 100, we would have to have less than 1/4 of the cases that we're currently experiencing. Now, it sounds ominous, but we were below that until 6 weeks ago, or whatever it is. I don't have the other graph in front. I can get that quickly. We were below that until we only exceeded that on Halloween week. And we only exceeded it once prior, and that was the week of July 19th. So this is it's not an unreasonable goal, but we don't know, because of the environment between there being cases in other counties, as you saw the red map.
Yeah.
So much red, and because so many other states, et cetera, it may be quite a slog to get down to that. So I appreciate you bringing that up. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah. Just curiosity, Dr. Conway, if are there other states besides California and Washington that are adopting kind of the same CDC metric, or do you?
Yes, there are many. Well, that was one of the reasons why CDC put out a metric guidance it was before that time, that latter part of October when OHA was doing it, and many states simply adopted that. And California as closely conforms to that. I haven't, and somebody could go back and enumerate how many states are using what now, but this wasn't done in a vacuum. And you have to remember that at the same time, there was coordination among the three Western states, the West Coast states consortium. So some of this planning wasn't just looking at their work, but there was some discussion about it as well because we share borders, et cetera. So I think this is not an unreasonable approach. Unfortunately, because things took off, I think unexpectedly with Halloween. We thought that Thanksgiving would be a real problem, but unexpectedly with Halloween, that by the time they were implemented in Oregon, and you accumulated the first 2 weeks, many counties such as ours, we were not in the red, and I think the first concatenation, but we were in the second, but many counties found themselves already in the red for the first.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Henderson, a number of states, especially in the Northeast as well, including where your alma mater is, they have adopted similar measures, in fact, more stringent ones as well.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly, it's something that's being looked at throughout our country.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. So in this slide, we're looking at St. Charles data, of course, not just Deschutes County. And the hospitalized cases may or may not be residents at Deschutes County. As of yesterday, the ever hospitalized number of Deschutes County cases is at around 120. Though this number might be slightly higher due to the delays in data entry and issues with the database, we might have a backlog and that we have to still account for. The number of hospitalizations, obviously, as you have seen, and last week was a great presentation, I think, by our St. Charles colleagues. It really does fluctuate from day to day, though we do see a recent surge in admissions since the beginning of November. Of course, it's delayed metric, which means it reflects cases and behaviors from earlier weeks in the season. As of this morning, 39 admissions are at St. Charles were reported, and 20 of them are from Deschutes County.
Excuse me, what was that, Nahad?
39 admissions as of this morning, 20 of whom are from Deschutes County as of this morning.
Okay, so because there were 32 yesterday, so they've popped up another 7.
Yeah. And this, I brought this slide back. I had presented it last time, which shows the age distribution of cases of the patients admitted. And really the message here is that no one is exempt from the severity of this disease. We do see, for example, 14% of folks in their 40s, one of whom is me, have been admitted to St. Charles system. And you see also distribution among other age groups as well.
I just think this is a great slide, though, for the public to kind of all, people weighing their own particular risk. The population of 80 plus is much smaller than in Deschutes County than the population of 50 to 59 or 60 to 69. And then the 70 is probably lower as well, but 60% are in that top 60 and above. So but there are substantials in these others as well. It's a great chart because that's what people really don't know, kind of like, unless you know individuals, but most of us don't have that much in person knowledge of who's in the hospital. So.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Commissioner. And frankly, from the studies, we see that not all of them have necessarily underlying conditions either. They seem healthy, they look healthy, and this virus starts behaving in a very strange way that we're still trying to grasp and understand better. So you're right. Thanks for raising that.
Have you? Yeah, I like this because you adding this chart. Have you ever done this chart with the underlying conditions, like, say, of the 80 plus, the 17% that make up the 80 plus? how many have, underlying conditions versus, as you go down the,
I haven't presented those data. We can see if we are collecting them, or if St. Charles is collecting them. Dr. Conway, did you want to say something?
Oh, just the rule of thumb among medical practitioners is that all people have underlying conditions by 85, and most will have.
I think by 65.
Well, yeah, I was referring actually to maybe the younger age groups as well. So we can see if those data are available on underlying conditions.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see.
I did want to, with your kind agreement, I did want to say a few words about the most recent vaccine that was granted emergency use authorization, and for all of us to celebrate this milestone. So as I mentioned, we do have some great news, which could be our ticket out of this nightmarish pandemic. Our Food and Drug Administration has granted an emergency use authorization, or EUA, to Pfizer's mRNA vaccine, which has shown 95% efficacy rate. And for community members who have questions around emergency use authorizations, I'm just going to say a few simple words about it. Really, emergency use authorization is based on the totality of scientific evidence, and that the vaccine is reasonably effective. Also, in terms of safety, it weighs the risks and benefits, taking into account the material threat posed by the emergency. And of course, the fact that there is no adequate, approved, or available alternative to this product. So the Pfizer vaccine is an mRNA vaccine with a 2-dose schedule, and it has been tested in diverse adult populations, including older adults and communities of color. There are still questions around the duration of protection and whether or not it prevents transmission, but we know that it does protect, and it protects very well against the disease. So I guess the next question that it begs is, what is an mRNA vaccine? And before maybe describing an mRNA vaccine and how it works, I just want to take a moment to share a few words about our cells machinery, because I believe it's relevant to this discussion. So the machinery of our cells are pretty much residing in the nucleus, where our DNA sits, and the space around the nucleus called cytoplasm, where it comprises salt, water, and proteins. Now the DNA, which is in the nucleus right here, is like the owner's manual, and its job is to send instructions to help with growth, maintenance, structure, regulation, and function of our tissues and organs. The way the instructions are sent from here, is by the DNA copying, or what we call transcribing itself, and those copies are what we call messenger RNA, which then go to the cytoplasm and translate into proteins. So from here, the nucleus, the DNA transcribes itself, and mRNA, which is the copies of that transcription, come into the cytoplasm, where the ribosome takes it and translates it into proteins. So why is this all relevant? So scientists for decades have known and experimented with mRNA as possible treatment and vaccine options. But they had to overcome two key barriers. One is how to replicate mRNAs at scale, and the other is how to keep RNA stable. So let's look at this SARS-CoV-2 virus on the left, please, which is, as you can kindly see, studded with proteins that looks like crowns, and that's where coronavirus comes from. And these proteins are what are used to enter human cells. These proteins are good candidates for vaccines to potentially target. And one way to develop vaccine is actually just by taking this protein itself and develop a vaccine around it. But a more perhaps ingenious way that Pfizer and Moderna have done this is by taking the genetic code of this protein, and the genetic code is here, taking the genetic code of the protein, encapsulating it into lipid nanoparticles, kind of like an M&M, if you don't mind using that analogy, kind of like an M&M where it keeps the mRNA stable. and then turn it into vaccines. So instead of basically giving the fish, they're teaching the cells how to fish. Now, after the injection, so the vaccine is developed, and after the injection, this lipid nanoparticle that we're talking about, which is right here, it bumps into the cells and fuses to them, releasing the mRNA. So it's this nanoparticle fuses to the cell and releases the mRNA into the cell. Now, the cell's molecules, mainly the ribosomes, read the mRNA and translate its sequence into spike proteins. So the mRNA enters the ribosome of the cell, translated into the protein of the spike proteins, which are then taken to the surface of the cell. Now, I just want to pause here for a second and mention two important points because I'm sure it's going to come up. It came up for me as well. The mRNA from the vaccine is eventually destroyed by the cell, leaving no permanent trace. And so this mRNA, because it doesn't have the protection of this lipid particle, is going to be destroyed by the cell. And then the other key important point here is that the mRNA does not enter our cell's nucleus right here and integrate with our DNA. Okay, those are two important issues that need to be addressed and be very transparent about. Now, back to the spike protein, they migrate to the surface of the cell and stick out at the tips. And then these spike proteins that come out can then be recognized by our immune system. Our T and B cells proliferate and differentiate into plasma and memory cells. So that's, in a nutshell, what's going on with this mRNA vaccine. Now, despite the accelerated development of this vaccine, I think it's really important for our community to know that it had a very robust phase 3 trial where over 40,000 people were enrolled from multiple sites with diverse racial and ethnic distribution and age categories ranging from 16 to 91 years. It is true that generally speaking, vaccines do take decades to develop. So I guess one question is, why was it much faster this time? And there are really multiple reasons. I would say that first and foremost, our government took the risk out of the entire vaccine development. Usually upwards of $1 billion are spent on vaccine development, and many of them fail. So it's a big risk for a firm or a pharmaceutical company to absorb that risk if they don't believe that the success is justifiable. So what our government did is really take the risk out of the entire vaccine development and created incentives through advanced market commitments. So they committed to buying X numbers if they met certain criteria. Also, there were other factors, such as researchers using existing clinical trial networks. Manufacturing started just in parallel with the trials going on. So that saved us quite a bit of time, even though it was risky, but that risk was absorbed by mostly our government. And generally, what's good about this mRNA vaccine is that it's really much faster to produce than traditional vaccines. So those are some of the reasons for how this was accelerated. So it went from a very sequential way of doing things, focusing on safety, efficacy, and the risk. We were able to expedite or accelerate based on more parallel processes. Nevertheless, I want the community to be very clear on a point, which is at each phase of the trial and other trials for other vaccines, safety remains a major priority. And COVID-19 vaccines are being held to the same safety standards as all vaccines. And there are multiple independent entities within the FDA and CDC which review the data, and they are apolitical entities which review the data and give recommendations. So personally, I feel very confident in the independence of the decision making thus far. Also to say that obviously the work doesn't stop here. There is post-approval monitoring as well. And we do have a strong U.S. Vaccine safety system in place, and new ones are also being introduced. One is called VSafe, which is a smartphone-based monitoring program. And all of us, frankly, can have a role, especially the providers can have a role in helping CDC monitor the safety of the COVID-19 vaccines as these apps are rolled out.
Nahad, is there something set up so when we start vaccinating people, I know there's been a lot of press about the fact that there is the risk of some illness coming from it. Is there a way they're actually tracking that of the number of people that would get, some kind of symptoms from the vaccine itself, so that people aren't afraid of that?
I see that Dr. Conway wants to respond. I think he likes to take the juicy questions. And
Well, actually, I'll do, if you'd rather respond.
No, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
So the system that the United States uses and many other countries emulate is called the Vaccine Adverse Effect Reporting System, called VAERS. And that records any reported or observed effects in the aftermath of receiving a vaccine. Not necessarily things that are caused by the vaccine. So sometimes somebody may have had a traffic accident or a heart attack or whatnot that ends up once it's investigated, not being associated with that. Usually that's accumulated through time, and there is periodic analysis of that. During the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices consideration of providing support and approval for these vaccines, there was a long discussion about how they've accelerated the VAERS, V-A-E-R-S, to look at it daily. So it's going to be compiled and looked at daily at the state and forwarded to the federal government. And there's a promise that any serious potential complications will be looked at in a very short period of time. I believe it's 3 days, and any potential fatalities that are temporally associated within 24 hours. So there's a very accelerated look back, and we have to remember that the license under which these are being administered is an emergency use authorization, like some of the few medicines that are in use already for COVID as well. And within that, there's a data gathering requirement that falls upon the corporations that are receiving the EUA. So there's that as well. So that will continue to augment the information gathered during the clinical trials. And there are rare vaccine effects which may not be detected until you have a few million people vaccinated, because they're very rare, and they may have to do with the genetics or some metabolic oddity in the recipients. But so the things like that you can't detect. It's certainly not in the safety trial, which is a few thousand people, or the clinical trial for effectiveness, which is still very robust, about 44,000 here. But in the long run, we will be accumulating that, and there's a great deal of energy being placed in doing that, doing it quickly, and reacting very quickly if there is something that's concerning.
Yeah.
Is that a localized program, like the state of Oregon's monitoring the vaccines that are administered here, or is it just totally national?
It's layered. The states maintain and compile the reports, and there's an electronic connection between that and CDC, and that's the other thing that's being accelerated, is that rather than doing that download periodically, that download is going to be done in very close to real time now, with CDC having made a commitment, that team having made a commitment to very rapidly investigating any severe, not if your arm is sore, not if you have a fever, but any severe, unexpected event that's associated with it.
So I think that will be good for people to know that there's this heightened watching of what's going on and how the effects are, what the effects are.
Right. Well, and it's a widely, because it's designed to be a very, very sensitive system that permits investigating any possible relationship, there's a very widespread misunderstanding of VAERS, where some of the anti-vaccine groups report the number of deaths recorded in VAERS and number of serious illnesses per year by state as vaccine complications. After investigation, a very, very small number of those end up actually having been causally related by vaccines. So that word has been pushed very hard, very erroneously, and it's been difficult for the technical agencies that designed this to be a very sensitive system. So it gathered all the information and then filtered after that. It's been very hard to explain that so that people don't misunderstand and attribute a number of deaths in states per year to vaccines when that's just looking for a signal. And indeed, very seldom is there actually a death that does tend to end up being demonstrably related to the vaccination itself.
Thanks, Dr. Conway. That was very helpful. And I usually, when I speak with the public, I do sort of hone in on this, the difference between cause and effect and coincidence. You know, God forbid, I could be scheduled for a heart attack 2 weeks from now, and 2 days prior to that, I could have taken the vaccine, right? Other people are going to unfortunately die of heart attacks and stroke and other complications as well. And it so happened that they would have taken the vaccine prior to that. That is not necessarily cause and effect. And that's why Dr. Conway, the way he explained it, makes a lot of sense, is that we need to have proper investigation to separate out coincidence from cause and effect. So that's really critical, I think, from a public perception perspective. So, of course, we are in a rationed environment when it comes to the vaccines. We're in a great place compared to where we were months ago, but we still, the volume of vaccines is not enough for everybody in our country or even globally. So because of that, we have to make some choices, and those choices have been made by very esteemed independent bodies based on science and ethics. So what you see here is basically a phased approach, which is suggested by CDC, the advisory group for immunization. And phase 1A is the healthcare professionals and long-term care facility residents. And my understanding is that around 200,000 doses should be in Oregon in the next couple of weeks. Both Pfizer and Moderna, if Moderna receives, also is granted the emergency use authorization. 200 doses, of course, with a 2-dose vaccine means that 100,000 people will be eligible for receiving these vaccines, and they will be distributed throughout Oregon based on population.
But Nahad, if they really need 21 days in between the first shot and the second shot for Pfizer and 28 days for Moderna's vaccination in the 2 series, why wouldn't, because it's supposed to be shipping constantly from the manufacturer, wouldn't you think they would vaccinate the 200,000 and then wait for another shipment to do the backup? Because apparently you do get some protection from just getting the first vaccination.
Yeah. So that's a very fair question, Commissioner. I've looked at some of the discourse around this issue, and I have to say that some prominent scientists are also talking about particularly this option as well. There is some scientific reason for not doing it this way. However, what I'm also learning is that if we were super confident about the supply side of this and making sure that we would have the second doses available within that time period and what have you, then maybe that could have been taken into consideration. But ACIP, or the Advisory Group for Immunization, comprises the top scientists in our country. and they have decided that the best course of action at this point is to do the first and the second dose with the same cohort.
Okay, but then the
Dr.
other
Conway, would you like to
issue
weigh in?
Yeah, actually, I
is
can.
the shelf life of the vaccination. And I believe one of them had a 30-day refrigerated life. Is that Moderna's? So, that's why, well, what if there's a power outage? How do we know that that refrigerator is going to be kept at the proper temperature?
Oh, there's sensing devices that are required for vaccine handling. If there's an excursion from that, then that's significant, then the vaccine has to be tossed. Just to go back to your other question, though, because there was a very rapid set of vaccine trials, there weren't any stepwise analyses where some people were injected with the booster dose at a delayed interval, like could happen when you have a logistical problem. So because of that, I believe that the EUA specifies a relatively narrow band for the second injection or the booster dose for both of these. Yeah. And there is a concern about supply chain, shipping, and everything else that I think everybody's been sobered by all the problems we've had with testing. So I think they decided they wanted to wrap this up from the start to make sure that you wouldn't miss the booster for the shot that you've been given, and that would be reserved. And once again, this is a hierarchical approach where not only the most at risk persons providing the services, but the persons that could be transmitting most readily to other persons that are at risk, the patients, the very elderly, et cetera, are being immunized first. So I think this is a sensible accommodation. The other thing is that there is an interest in looking at cross vaccination where you have individuals that receive one and then giving them either a similar product like another mRNA from a different production line or a separate type, such as there's some protocols now, I believe in Europe, where they're giving people an mRNA or the DNA adenovirus one, which is AstraZeneca, Oxford AstraZeneca, and then giving the other type in lieu of a booster and seeing if they get additional potency. But that's very complicated math, and we can't do emergency logistics and wait for those things to happen. So there's a lot of other permutations as we go forward with this, especially over time. We don't know, are people going to need a booster every year? They're going to need a booster every 5 years? Are we going to have to change serovars every few years, the way that flu does? Annually, we select different vaccines for different serovars, but the individual immunization for the particular serovar lasts for more than that year, but it doesn't last permanently. So that's a good reason to get your flu shot every year, so you're covered by many different serovars. And we don't know how much of that logic will be necessitated by the behavior of this virus as well, because it's still a new virus.
Yeah. So, Commissioner, I think bottom line, if we knew for sure we would get another 200,000 vaccines exactly within the time period where people could get it again, what you're saying makes sense. It's just that there are too many caveats and unknowns at this point, and too much then risk to bear at this point for us to do it that way. So moving forward to this next slide, there is a difference between vaccines and vaccination, obviously. Vaccines don't translate into vaccinations. Vaccines sitting in a closet, in a fridge somewhere, or a freezer, still have to be administered by someone into someone receiving it. And why I'm raising this is that there are still some questions and skepticism around the safety and efficacy of this new technology, although it's not unknown to us, but there is some skepticism, not a lot, but enough for us to ensure that collectively, as a community, we build trust around, and confidence around this vaccine, that we empower our healthcare personnel, and we engage the community and individuals and listen to them and understand where they're coming from and their concerns. So we need to reach around the 70%, say, herd immunity for us to really try to get rid of this virus and get this virus out of our community. And at this point, some of the surveys show us that a substantial number of people do have some concerns and questions, and we need to be prepared to listen and engage with them so that we shift from vaccines to vaccination. So hope is on the horizon for me to just conclude this presentation. So clearly hope is not even on the horizon. Hope is here already. And we have, with several vaccines beyond Pfizer, signaling great results. But in the meantime, as vaccines get rolled out, and for us to contain this pandemic, these are the following, these are some of the actions that we can take to protect ourselves. It's not too late to get our flu vaccines. So please, if you haven't received it, go ahead and get it. Continue to wear masks, even after getting the vaccine, until we reach that herd immunity. It's important to continue to adhere to some of these precautionary measures like wearing masks, staying 6 feet apart. Outdoors, because it dilutes the viral load, outdoors is better than indoors. Washing our hands. Please continue to find ways to engage in physical activities, exercise, and self-care, our mental health as well. And frankly, when I think of it, there's no doubt, and I want to acknowledge this, that there's no doubt a portion of our population, a number of people, entities have really suffered and gone through this painful experience, and I want to acknowledge that. When I look at it from my perspective, somebody who has a job that I love, I work with wonderful people in a beautiful county, live in Bend. I just put that in perspective for myself and say, well, despite this pandemic, things could be a lot worse, and a lot of people are in that worse situation, and that gives me some hope and perspective. So with that, I hand the floor back. Okay, I guess Dr. Conway, you have
just one thing. Nahad, could you go back to your slide 20? There was St. Charles had a press conference yesterday about the vaccine release, and they did show this slide yesterday, or a related slide yesterday, but there was a press question very late in the press conference that was directed, I think, to all of us, but it was punted to me. And that was about whether or not teachers and school staff would be regarded as essential workers. I didn't want to impose on St. Charles to put it up, but since this slide back up and get their slide deck back out, but since it was covered in the press this morning, I want to make clear that if you look at phase 1B, essential workers, the education sector is listed first. So it was meant as sort of a diplomatic answer. It would be a consideration, but it is a consideration, and it's the foremost part of the essential workers ban, the way that CDC lists it. So just so that people are reassured that the education sector, school, teachers, staff, et cetera, will be regarded as essential workers and managed very early in that continuum. Thank you.
Well, do you think, Dr. Conway, following up on that, do you think with that decision, does that allow the schools, or the state education department or whoever to change the metrics? That seems like one of the big risks has been that they're worried about teachers getting sick from coronavirus. So
it's a very good question, Commissioner. And I think if we get to where that workforce is immunized while we still have high rates, then that's a question that may require attention. Our hope is that we're going to continue to bring rates down in parallel with vaccination. If we don't bring rates down while we're vaccinating, we're going to go through a worse period rather than a better period before we get to a stable period.
Do you need help with the utilities, or are you okay?
what, this number, 200,000, is about 5% of Oregonians. What's the target, do you think, to to kind of, I don't know, where are we shooting for?
Oh, well, there's various, I think the term of art used for what's being shot for is herd immunity. And herd immunity is somewhat dependent upon what disease or pathogen we're dealing with. In general, ideal herd immunity is achieved at 75 to 80% immunity. Now that would be the sum of people that have had COVID that have persistent antibodies plus people vaccinated. But the goal in general with vaccinations to provide population protection is 75 to 80% of the population. There are people that are saying academians want anything in that range or down somewhere in the 60s, but I haven't heard anybody estimate that below 60% vaccine coverage would concur or cause effective herd immunity. And the central tendency in the things that experts are saying is more around 70 to 75%, if not 80%. So we're hoping that there will be a very high acceptance rate of this vaccine.
But it's going to be hard to make that.
Challenge in Oregon.
But to get to 75 or 80, that's more than 3 million people have to be either vaccinated or have caught it. That's a lot, isn't it?
Well, the United States has contracted and is contracting to provide enough vaccine to vaccinate all Americans by sometime, it's either late summer or fall, if people accept that. Move target, and they'll have to look at the vaccine experience, and there could always be hiccups in one of the approvals, et cetera. But the plan is to make vaccines available to all Americans during 2021. And we'll have to see how many actually accept it and whether or not there are any unexpected problems in the interim.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Henderson, I think one thing we do have going for us, which we didn't know if even a few weeks ago, is that this vaccine is so effective, right? It's 95%.
Yeah.
So imagine if like other vaccines, which are 70% effective or 80% effective.
No, I get that. I think that's encouraging for sure. I just didn't know. Yeah, I wasn't sure we were trying to get to herd immunity or what. That's
To piggyback on what Nahad just said, the other thing that's very compelling about these vaccines is they're so effective not only in preventing clinical COVID, but in the rare instances where people have acquired it sometime after their first immunization. There have been very few to none, depending on which vaccine trial, serious COVID cases after that. So this is a highly protected. So in addition to having that herd immunity goal, we can tell people that as soon as you've had your first dose, you will acquire some partial protection. And after your second dose, plus a couple weeks, 2 to 3 weeks after that, you will have very effective protection against infection. So that's the incentive for getting that, is A, wanting us all to be protected, that collective civic responsibility, but also this is a very protective vaccine, and for that reason it's worth personally for everybody to get it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, for inviting us.
So did you cover the last slides? We had the continuum of vaccine hesitancy. Who's going to?
Given that
We're over time?
Yeah, given that I've taken so much more than I was allotted, I figured I saved those for next week because we have additional good news to share next week with probably Moderna vaccine as well. I won't go through the same slides. I just wanted the community to know that we have other vaccines that are being also considered for emergency use authorization.
Okay, but AstraZeneca's effectiveness was, I think, believed down in the 70s compared to Moderna's. And we are not having a meeting next Wednesday. We're hopefully going to be handing out checks to the community. But are you available for Monday? So.
Yeah, our department is always at your disposal. Dr. Conway, myself, we can discuss that, Commissioner.
Okay,
There is one constraint on Monday, which is that we won't have some of either the statistics that the state calculates and one of the reasons we've moved to doing these on Wednesdays is that many of the metrics are released by OHA. OHA accumulates them through the weekend. They spend Monday processing it. They check it Tuesday morning, and then they tend to push them out during the day on Tuesday. So we won't have benefit of that. So we may be giving you statistics that are just what we've accumulated, say, through the end of the prior week, Friday or Saturday. But that would be the only impediment.
That's true. That's a good point, Dr.
And
Conway.
I do want to
just-
add that I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say something about Fridays. Noting that we had 8,000 tests this last week. Friday's numbers have always been rather awful, and so I'm hoping that this Friday's numbers are under 100. So folks, please, if you're getting tested, please be negative so that our number on Friday will be better. Yeah, Friday seems to be the the high count for Deschutes County the last couple of weeks.
You want people to get tested as soon as they think they need to, though.
Right, yes.
Put it off till.
Don't wait. I don't want the result to come out on Friday. Yes, Friday's
Thanks very much.
Friday's been a bad day. Thank you. Thank you very much. We now have our CARES funding.
Good morning.
Good morning, Greg. Thank you for joining us.
You bet. I'm going to share a screen for the record. Greg Munn, County Treasurer and CFO. You should see a copy of the allocation worksheet up on your screen now. Also, there was a copy placed in your box yesterday afternoon. So where we left this last week was to go back in and scrub the remaining programs to identify any further funds that won't be able to be spent by the end of December, by December 30th. We've done that, so I want to give you a quick update on those items where funding will come back, and then also talk about the total amount that can be reallocated. So there were a couple of changes. On your screen, item A2, or on your worksheet, which would be on the second page, you'll notice that the bilingual community engagement and education program, they will only need about $6,600 of the original $75,000 that was allocated. There's an explanation over here on the right, but they have other funding sources that will carry that work beyond December 30th. So they are returning $66,663. Next item is the graphic designer. They are returning $4,290 as they only believe that they need $4,554 or can spend that through the end of the year. The third item is the Health and Social Services Navigator, and this one's a little bit deceiving because they had previously returned $95,000 of the allocation. And so although this $96,189 is all in red, only $1,189 is new dollars that they're returning back to the allocation. So the sum of those three changes plus the balance that was left over last week, you go the second to last page, there's $73,604 that needs to be allocated. And just another quick update is we're putting the final touch on the current reimbursement request to the state, which would be costs that have been incurred through the end of November. That will be going to the state either Thursday or Friday, and I will send you an update on that as soon as we know those amounts. And as a reminder, on the worksheet, you will notice that a lot of the items are grayed out. These are the programs and allocations that have either fully spent their funding or have fully obligated it by December 30th. The one addition that you don't see here that I would add to this is on the second page. If you go down to A3 and find Emergency Operations Center, Yeah, that's right here on your screen. There was $106,000 left over after October 31st, and we've already run those numbers, and those dollars will be fully expended. So had I known that before this item would have also been grayed out. So with that, entertain a conversation about how to allocate that final $73,000, and then also about what to do if we can get a pre-authorization on any last-minute funds that are left over by the end of the year that we can allocate. I'll turn it back over.
So Greg, I just want to confirm that even though we are seeing on our report today, we're returning $66,663 from the Bilingual Community Engagement Program, that work is being done, because I know it was really critical for our community, and I don't want anyone to think that we have not followed through with that responsibility per your notes.
Yeah, that is correct. Per the notes, the work is continuing, but it's being funded out of other sources that are available after December 30th.
Okay, well,
Yeah, I share that same concern, so
I know.
good to know. Well, so you're saying we look through our list of other requests and decide what to do with the 73,000. I guess Commissioner Dare you mentioned to me that they did meet yesterday on the business grants, but I wonder if there was a need for further money, if they had
There
it,
is.
and would that,
We-
I kind of look at the things that go to just benefit the county itself, like remote work capability and appraisal equipment, and I just have a hard time using this money for that, where there's people that are actually kind of up against much harder issues than that, and so.
As it looks now, the Tier 1 and Tier 2 grant funding will go to 742 businesses and nonprofits. That's only 2/3. That's 68% of the applications. When they got done working on all the applications, it came down to 1,086. So I had approximated originally 1,000. So anyway, it ended up, there's still people out
Down
there.
to 700 and what?
742 total. And
Do you think there's another grouping that if they had 70,000, they could
we could definitely help.
put it out to that, or is that something we should?
No, it's really, they've been analyzed, scored. Dave Givens is probably on this call right now. And clearly, if we had another 70,000, that could be, that could help someone actually maybe have a Christmas next week.
Well, I'm inclined to go more that way with this funding. It was money that came from the federal government to us to spread the best for our community, and it seems like that's.
Dave, is Dave on the call?
Is the 1,000 is that beyond Tier 1 and 2? Is that what you're saying? 1,086.
1,086 was all applications. We did all of Tier 1, Tier 2, which totaled 742, and that does include a $10,000 transfer from the city of Redmond, and they actually asked that we would give $1,000 to the next 10 people that were on the list, so that was added, which is, we didn't, it was great. That was feedback directly from the city.
Okay. So what do you, I wonder what Commissioner
But, and I'd be supportive of this also, putting those dollars there. We just got that program kind of, clarified what the first allocations would be. Adding resources there would be a wonderful opportunity at this point in time. So I'm very supportive of that. I think the next step is if there's other funds, what would be authorized, pre-authorized here in the next week or two.
And I can give you a quick update on the pending requests, if that would help, at the bottom of the report.
Go ahead. That'd be fine, Greg.
Okay, so the first item is the Bend Next Resiliency Grants for $100,000. I had a conversation with Katie Brooks this morning. She confirmed that they would be able to distribute these funds by year end.
I don't see that.
Foodware,
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Up there.
yeah, look to the second to last page.
How would Bend Next grants be different than these grants we're doing now? Are they using different criteria?
I was told that our grant application was very user-friendly, very easy to complete. People really appreciated it, that they could, and then the fact that we didn't just shut it off in 5 minutes, but that it was open for a few days.
Yeah. Well, I helped an applicant walk through it, that, just because they had questions, and I did the best. I hope they got through, but it was pretty friendly.
Pretty friendly for users in comparison to some other government things out there. I don't know. I just feel like they could definitely use some more funding.
Do you know, Greg, the difference between, what is Bend Next Resiliency Grants doing with their money that's different, or do you know, Tom?
Well, they had an application process as well. I can't tell you, perhaps Tom knows, I can't tell you any specific differences between the two.
They originally had grant applications for that total $4.5 million. And I know, remember, we added $250,000 to it, which went to all Bend. And so then I felt like the rest of the county got $88,000 that maybe should have, been spread out.
Well, I remember that. I just was wondering, did they just target Bend things in the city limits of Bend?
Right. It was a Bend.
And it was people through the chamber, I guess.
Right. It was a Bend.
That was money from the city of Bend, so they wanted to target.
Right. It was $1 million from the city of Bend, and we actually added the $250,000 to that.
Yeah.
So that's why our applications came from the entire county, and I know we were really careful on watching the geographic distribution of it. The entire.
So you're kind of going where I am, that you'd
Yeah.
rather do it in some more of the
I know.
our current program than giving the money to Bend Next. Is that what
I mean,
you're saying?
If this additional $73,000 can't be done by next week because COIC says, hey, we're already over our limit, then, but at least if we can do it, they're requiring W-9s, signed statements, all kinds of formalities. At least we could get the money to them, hopefully by year end.
Okay, so the second item on the list is the food warehouse expansion for $70,000. The food warehouse is technically called a tension structure. I sent you a picture of it last night, so hopefully you had a chance to take a look at what that was. So the total cost for that project was $238,000. Of that amount, we contributed about $127,000, and Neighbor Impact used some of their operating reserves and some private donations to finish that off. So this $70,000 would essentially backfill their operating reserves and allow them to repurpose that funding back into operations versus capital. So that's that item there, $70,000. And remote work capability there for community development. This is for equipment that VPN-enabled laptops. This would be a backfill. These dollars have been spent already. Next item, Circuit Court Fairgrounds rental fees. In a prior meeting, this number was $50,000, and the board committed $25,000 of the $50,000 request. The $50,000 represented rental costs for Circuit Court at the fairgrounds from September through December. So the board committed half of that $50,000, so there's remaining $25,000 on this pending list. And that would fund the rental costs for Circuit Court through the end of the fiscal year. On the Jericho Road shower truck, I think we had those conversations about that. That's the funding of it was a proposal a couple of weeks ago to fund a portable shower truck.
But I don't
Next
see any
item is-
more notes, but I thought we'd kind of determined that that's probably not going to be a good application of this money because of the length of time takes to get it, and they had other solutions for this winter. I'd just soon take that off unless we're really still thinking about it. I assume we're not still thinking about it because of the.
I know I heard from Don yesterday, and his funding sources have all vanished, but he goes, Patty, don't worry about it. I think you have bigger problems at this moment, with all of our businesses that are so struggling, hearing what's happening in our community. Hopefully with the the special session on Monday, they're going to then have an East session, and hopefully there's going to be some more funding for people for rent assistance, housing, et cetera, that, people are, they're on the edge right now. He said, don't worry about that, Hopefully we can help him in the future.
Yeah. Okay.
Second to last item is the assessor field appraisal equipment. This equipment has been purchased already, so this would be a backfill. This allows the assessors to work remotely in the field and not have to come into the office to complete their work. And then the final item is rental assistance from Neighbor Impact. They've received a tentative funding commitment from the state that has not been finalized yet. So that is still a possibility that could be funded with CARES funds.
So I think that it's very likely that the state's going to give a lot of rental assistance, et cetera. So my three priorities, I think, would be, one is, so what we're being asked is if we have something more come in that doesn't get spent while during the holidays here, and we're trying to make sure it gets used. I like the idea of maybe some backfill to Neighbor Impact on the warehouse expansion, the circuit court backfill on the rental fees there, and then business assistance. Those, I don't know if I wanted that priority, but I think we should plan up to, like, say we had 50,000 more than we thought today. Where would the money go and what order? Isn't that what you want, Greg?
Yeah, well, two things. I'm looking for an allocation of the 73,604.
Yeah.
And also a plan to move forward as we get closer to the end of the year to allocate any future funds that come back to us that won't be used by December 30th.
So my motion is.
At this point, I don't expect that to be much.
Yeah, my motion at this point would be then the 73,604 would go to the business program that we've been working on. And then the three categories that we would choose next, and I'm just putting this out for discussion, would be the warehouse expansion for Neighbor Impact, the county fair rental fees, fairgrounds rental fees, and the
Rental assistance program. Did you want to add that, though? I think the state funding is going to come in big time for that.
Yeah, I'm saying not to do that.
Right, not to do that one, exactly.
And then more business if we had, but I would say we put the first 10 to something and the next 10 to something. And we do have a couple more meetings. I guess we have one next week and then the one on the 30th. So we could write a check to people that day, I guess, or something. What do you guys think? That's just my proposal, just for.
Well, the business assistance, I really would, if we could add another 50,000, if that,
You mean from the 73?
Right, from the 73, and then use the other 23 for the warehouse expansion,
10,000 there.
10,000 there and 10,000 for the court.
Well, that's fine with me too, but I think he's also wanting to know if we get in some more money, where are we going to spend that? And so we're setting our priorities so that he can work without coming back to us.
Right.
So do you want to keep the same approach?
Commissioners, just real quick, the second part of that request could be delayed. We could have this conversation on the 28th. That would give us a couple of days to spend out, but we would only really be able to probably do backfill if you wanted to go that route. So one option would be to commit anything that comes in later based on a set of priorities, or have that conversation.
Yeah, that's good.
Restricted to backfill, most likely only on the 28th.
Well, we have several back, I'm good with that. I don't think it's gonna be that much, like you said, in the back, there's several backfill discussions.
Right. So you're talking the food warehouse and the rental fees for the circuit court as a backfill? And do
Yeah.
50 I think we have to do the business, if we can do 50,000 for that, we need to make that decision today.
No, I agree, yeah. that's-
And the others, if we get more funding, then we can backfill to those. I don't think that it's so critical, but the business, I think that decision clearly needs to be made today. Commissioner DeBonne, did you have a comment?
I'm real comfortable. Basically, we can go a bunch of these ways, so we got to get it, figured out between us. Definitely support the business grant program that we're already working with COIC. Food bank and court are fine in some amount. And once again, I agree the fact that these are all going to be backfill discussions after that. So I see no resistance to wherever we go here today. If we want to
Okay.
get more clear, or let whoever want to make a motion again.
Is someone,
Well, I'd be more inclined to do 70 to the businesses, a business program, and then we have that 3 left, and then Greg thinks we might get some more, and those would
right,
be
then we can,
backfilled.
those two will be the
Yeah,
backfill.
that-
We could
that's-
split it evenly between them or something?
Yeah, that'd be
Keep
fine.
it simple?
Yeah.
So-
That's, okay, that's my motion.
Okay, that's your motion. Is there, okay, 70 for business assistance, split the other between the conversion and the courthouse, or the circuit court rent. So is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Henderson,
I vote yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So I hope Scott doesn't kill me over this little, but I think adding 70,000 is so appreciated.
Commissioners, while you were discussing that, I was in communication, and they do need to know today, but they can add that money up to the 70 that you decided, but really would be extraordinarily difficult to add more beyond today.
Yeah,
I
Right.
think that
So that's
where
why
you
we-
landed today is perfect.
yeah, that's what we assumed, yeah.
Yeah.
After working at the meeting today, yes, I thought today was probably it's the last day we could add. So thank you so much for making that motion for 70,000. I really appreciate it. And I know some
Commissioner,
people
can I-
in our community will.
Yeah, can I get clarification on, I understand the 70,000, but the 3,604, can you clarify that, please?
Yes, why don't you split that in between the circuit court rental fees and the neighbor impact food warehouse expansion? Just split it, and then if there's any more to backfill, Greg, you can split it between those two. Because we can't add to the grant program other than our 50,000, or 70,000 today.
Okay, so do you want to have a further backfill conversation on the 28th, or are these the backfill instructions moving forward?
Those are the backfill instructions moving forward.
Okay.
Yeah, my thought would be that you might come back if you had some big lump of money you didn't expect or something, but if you don't, I'm good with this being the discussion or decision.
Yeah,
And I
but-
agree with that. And, just in case it goes past those 2 requests of 70,000 and 25,000, that would trigger it back to a discussion next Monday. But that's all.
Okay, we'll go ahead and proceed in that direction, and I will give you an update on Monday, the 28th.
It's still like $93,000 that you'd have to come up with, and I, seriously, looking at this, I can't imagine that you will, but you never know.
Or no?
So-
Okay, great, thank you very much.
Hey, Greg, FYI, we're not meeting on the 28th. So
Right, we're meeting on the 30th.
we've got meetings on the 21st, next Monday, and the 30th, the Wednesday.
Okay, we'll plan on those 2 meetings then, at least stepping in if there's something new to share.
On one meeting, on the 30th.
Copy that, okay, on the,
Or if something comes up, we do have a meeting next Monday.
right, on the 21st and on the 30th. Okay,
Yes.
thanks for that
So
clarification.
anything coming up. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so now I do believe that we have the representatives from the brewing industry with us today. I see Robin Clement is on the screen, so Stephanie, if you want to let her in, that would be wonderful.
Thank you, Patty. James is going to be doing a presentation for us this morning from Silver Moon that represents the Central Oregon brewing industry. So,
thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. James here as well. Robin and I will be co-presenting. Put together we were just hoping, as you know, to open a dialogue with local officials, yourself included, give you a sense of what businesses are faced with, specifically the brewing, restaurant industry, coffee shops included. But a lot of our discussion points here relate to just about any business in town as well. So if it's okay, we'll dive in and proceed with that.
Excellent. Thank you so much, James.
Can they give their name for the record?
Oh, yes. Could you please give your entire name for the record? We will have to document it. James and Robin?
Sure. James Watts, Silver Moon Brewing.
Robin Clement, Monkless Belgian Ales.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Well, to kick us off again, Robin and I are working with a collection of local breweries, specifically in town. We've had a little bit of a support group in place since roughly May of this year, when COVID hit us all pretty hard. Kind of banded together, sharing a lot of ideas and tips and tricks, how to stay alive, how to be safe, how to keep our customers safe, and so forth. So this is something that Robin and I have worked on and researched together with some help and input from a few others in our brewery group specifically. So really the breakdown here is twofold, where we're kind of exploring a couple of different topics. One is the reality and the challenges of operating a business outdoors. Again, specifically a brewery, a pub, a restaurant, a coffee shop, maybe sharing a few thoughts and concerns with those not in the industry that people may not always be aware of or sensitive to. And then secondly, and more importantly, some solutions, proposals, suggestions, research that we've done on moving back inside at some point in time. There's an awful lot of data out there all of a sudden in the last 90 days talking about air movement and air filtration, this debate that is ongoing around what really constitutes an outdoor environment. If you have a wall, 2 walls, 3 walls, and you really try to make an environment comfortable for customers, at what point are you really recreating an indoor environment and no safer than you were before? So we'll dive into that. So the first topic here is exactly that. It's around the definitions of outdoor versus indoor. OHA, as you see there, defines outdoor as any open air space, including airspace that may have temporary walls and ceilings and so forth, where 75% of the square footage of its sides allow for open airflow. Just a quick comment here on my own part. Everybody in town has different setups, both indoors and outdoors. Some of us are lucky enough to have a patio. One of my observations, just looking at weather for the week ahead, tomorrow's 39 degrees. It's windy, it's cold, it's snowing. And it's not snowing today, but the snow is coming according to the weather report. We as a business, for an example, are burning through about $500 worth of firewood per week. We're going through about $100 worth of propane per day. Should it snow, we're going to have a $200 cost for somebody to come in and plow our parking lot. And then our very, very thin staff is going to be required to work some additional hours to shovel the patio, make that a safe environment, wipe down tables and benches and chairs that are going to be wet and just not, not too easy to work with from a customer standpoint. So what we've done here is break down the policy as it's currently defined, the problem as we see it, and really just open it up for conversation around how we can be exploring different ways to contribute to the health and the existence of the businesses here in town.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, James. I think that one of the things as we were doing research was really fascinating is that OHA dedicated one sentence to the definition of outdoor. And if we look to a similar climate like Colorado, we can see that they have spent 3 pages worth of text of really defining what that is and focusing on the CDC's requirements of airflow as opposed to focusing on how many walls are up. And I think as a business owner, as we look at that, we can see that there was a lot of thought and care that went into this and a lot of consultation with businesses. And it does not feel like we have seen the same thing from some of the requirements that have come out of OHA, and certainly not requirements that have taken into account the extremities of the climate here in Central Oregon. Again, they're not sensitive to that necessarily in Salem and Portland, but we're dealing with a whole host of other issues in trying to survive this pandemic in a very safe way. And what we're asking for our local officials is to really look at this CDC guidance, look at the example of what Colorado has done, and advocate for us as businesses to be able to meet and change some of these things that have come out from OHA with very light guidance, if you will, or light thought that have gone into it.
Yeah, Colorado does a nice job. I was trying to pull that up, just having a little difficulty sharing 2 different views here. But one of the things they've done that's a little more creative than what we're seeing here locally is they have defined their outdoor structure to be 2 walls, and as long as they are non-adjacent walls, they're really highlighting the benefit of airflow and moving air through a space, be it indoors or outdoors. So in their definition, it's actually 50% walls non-adjacent, creating that tunnel, basically that tunnel flow. So here's just a quick copy and paste from the CDC website. CDC itself, you can see they're highlighted in general, being outdoors and in spaces with good ventilation reduces the risk of exposure to the virus that causes COVID-19. So yes, it's calling out COVID. Nahat, when he wrapped up his presentation earlier, he said being outdoors is better than being indoors. I think we'd all agree with that. But really the intent and the focus here is to explore how we can also be indoors. And as it says there, spaces with good ventilation. And that, if you were to read on from the CDC, does specifically reference indoor spaces. One other reference here that I'll cite, the EPA website itself is talking about air cleaners, HVAC filters in relation to coronavirus. And the circled paragraph there, toward the end, it says, when used along with other best practices recommended by CDC and others, filtration can be a part of a plan to reduce the potential for airborne transmission of COVID. So again, this is something that our industry believes should be looked at more closely if it hasn't been already. And as we'll see here, there's devices, filtration methods, something called an air scrubber that can be effectively used and in fact is being used in classrooms and even hospitals to provide a safe environment for those individuals as well. So this happens to be a USA Today citation. Again, ventilation and air filtration play a key role in preventing the spread of COVID-19 indoors. And then lastly here, a Wall Street Journal reference, key to preventing COVID-19 indoors, ventilation. Robin and I have both had conversations with a couple of individuals that own HVAC companies here in town. They have confirmed that there are approaches and practices, either plugging in an entirely new device in line to an existing HVAC system, also freestanding devices that can filter out air. And there are some claims out there that it can be up to 99% of coronavirus-related particulates. So these devices do exist, and there are other states that are well down the path of exploring this. Robin, anything to add there?
Yeah, I think a couple of things. First, for me as a business owner, we actually went to the extent, because I had Deschutes Environmental Health come out and actually write us a citation, a warning that said verbatim that we were allowing indoor dining when we were not. We had people on our patio with opposing sections of our patio enclosure completely open with a gust of wind coming in. And that was still written up as us having indoor seating, which was very frustrating, as you can imagine, when we're trying to do everything that we can to keep folks safe. We have paid for Bend Heating to come out and do an airflow analysis on our space, and calculate what the air changes per hour and per minute are in our space with varying different configurations of the sides open. I'm happy to do that. That's not, as a business owner, we're looking for the ways to pair with the social distancing, mask wearing, everything in order to keep folks safe. But with these plasma air filters, we've got 2 businesses over in the Eugene and Springfield area that are successfully have purchased and implemented these systems prior to indoor dining getting shut down. They're using these plasma air scrubbers successfully, but still, based on today's guidance, are not allowed to have folks in their spaces. So I think just keeping this real, for what's happening, and trying to make sure that that there's an awareness that we're trying to help solve the problem here, but we're also trying to survive as businesses, and we think we can do both safely. And we've got the documentation here to be able to provide that for Deschutes County, and we're looking for support more than anything, I think, in how we can lobby for relaxation or understanding or individual evaluation of businesses, as opposed to blanket approaches that don't have the clarity that is really needed, and addressing the fundamental problem, which is what we understand to be airflow with regards to this particular issue. So
Yeah.
Well,
And
so
one thing I'll add there too, sorry, is there a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, one thing I was going to add on behalf of the industry is, we effectively have half of our typical occupancy at best. That number is likely to be cut down significantly if we're operating strictly outdoors. So all of a sudden we're at 10, 20, 30% of our occupancy, which likely translates to 10 to 30% of our revenue. At the very same time, we are spending thousands of dollars on tents and on propane and on firewood. Here at Silver Moon, we outfitted a compliant beer trailer so that we could have proper beer service outside in the winter. That was about a $12,000 expense. So we are racing toward the bottom here, effectively, trying to comply, spending the money in order to do so, even proposing here that most of us are willing to spend more money on these filtration devices. We just need to get back significantly more than the 10, 20, 30% of both customers and revenue dollars that we're seeing at the moment.
So this is Phil Henderson. I'm one of the commissioners. Thanks for this presentation and all the detail. You probably aren't too familiar with our weekly comments and everything. So I know, I think I speak for all three commissioners that we're very pro-business generally and very concerned about business impacts of COVID, as well as the health impacts. There's a lot of focus on the health impacts, but we're very, very aware of that. I think you're on the right track in a lot of this. One, I'll say that I'm supportive of a letter like that, so we can help draw it up. But some of the things on strategy, you're right that people in Salem and Portland don't look at they look at the whole state as if it was there, and they do that with land use. They do it with a lot of things, and so it is true that the environment is very different here. I was just actually in Denver this weekend visiting my sister, her husband, and so I experienced this, and actually have a big article I got out of the Denver Post about outside dining that she clipped out for me. But they do think about it, but the capital in Colorado is in Denver, so all that cold weather that they have is right there where they are doing the regulations. So it's kind of an obvious thing. So we experienced a couple, three of the outdoor places, and one of them had the wind blowing through so hard it was really cold, and then another one had another option. So I think you're right to point out that it's a need in certain parts of the state. If I was doing it strategically to change these rules, I'd be trying to reach outside just Deschutes County. I would try to see, is there other counties in Oregon that also have outdoor breweries that are more winter impacted, whether it's in Eastern Oregon or Northern Oregon or Southern. I mean, you know the industry better. I would get together with those groups. We're also real experienced, I guess, with air filters and air filtration and things like that. We've done a lot with regard to, had a lot of discussions about that regarding marijuana having to do with smell and grow facilities. But actually, my dentist has one of these, I think it must be one of these plasma filters right there in every room now. I noticed that last week, and so they're doing a similar thing where they're recirculating air, and they've been sold that for a health. So I think there would be responsiveness. I think the state, when they wrote the guidelines, they had so many areas to cover that the way to modify it is through proposals like yours, and I guess we could help with that. But it's hard to lobby the state of Oregon, just so you know. But
Understood.
anyway,
and there's a few other points here we'd like to throw out, and we are certainly taking the approach of.
James.
Yep.
I did want to say that on the special session on Monday, they do include to-go cocktails. So that looks like that's going to be hopefully a go by next week, perhaps. But it is on Monday's agenda, so with the legislature. So at least that's one thing down. But go ahead.
Small victory. Yeah, that's great. Okay, so just a few more agenda topics here to run through. Similar to this outdoor dining conversation is the limited to 50 people maximum. Again, that could be very, very appropriate for certain venues. Others may make more sense to base an occupancy rating on square footage of what's available. Again, just to use ourselves as an example here at Silver Moon, we have an absolutely ridiculously massive patio. I'm absolutely convinced we could have well beyond 50 people on our patio, and that's not the case everywhere. But I think each and every one of us around Central Oregon are trying to leverage the facility that we do have, and we have strengths and weaknesses as it relates to COVID. But I think a much more sensible approach is some form of formula around the overall square footage rather than just a one-size-fits-all limitation.
Because that 50 also means all the staff you have. So let's say you have 10 staff there working. That means you can only have 40, restaurant visitors. So yes, I know. Square footage could really be, I believe, very helpful for our community.
But, just on that issue, that to me is a much harder lift than the first issue about outdoor dining, because that goes across all restaurants and things like bowling alleys and all sorts of indoor activities to go about. And I think that is another one size fits all, but it's going to be harder in my estimate, that's going to be harder to change in the current circumstance and with high
Agreed.
testing.
Yeah, and that comment again was in the context of outdoor capacity, simply because patios differ in shapes and sizes. So that was more of an outdoor reference than an indoor reference.
Well, but the policy is what they're doing that indoors too now. They went away from the square footage component. So I think, if I'm not mistaken. So
another possible strategy that may help some of us in the industry, there's a lot of great restaurants, breweries, pubs out there that do a pretty substantial volume of food sales. Robin's there are quite a few that just don't. A kitchen is extremely expensive. So those of us that have a liquor license are required to have a very high degree of food service, having staff kitchen fired up at all times. So the suggestion here is to work with the OLCC to allow for a reduced requirement on food, perhaps shutting it down altogether. Beer alone, beer service alone, has a much lesser requirement for food that might allow for some food to be parred up and left in the kitchen for the wait staff, and not necessarily requiring 2, 3, 4 members of the kitchen staff to be on premise at all times. That's just an awful lot of overhead. And again, if we're if we are serving outdoors, we have to have that kitchen open when we have the liquor license. But frankly, we're just not seeing throngs of people and families coming in for those meals. So the requirement is have a full-blown kitchen open, even though most of us know good and well that that crowd just isn't coming in the winter months. And then, Patty, you mentioned here that we may be seeing some relief on the to-go cocktails. And again, that's great. It's turning the dial just a bit and freeing up another revenue stream that certain facilities may not be able to take advantage of at the moment. And then to shift into just a little visual here, I'll let Robin jump in. We're looking at a view of Monkless. She can kind of express what we're looking at here.
Yeah, so the picture on the left here is a picture standing on our back patio looking in through the restaurant. You're looking through an open 9-foot wide full-length garage door. What you can't see in this image is directly to the left there is another one of those, and then out in the front of the building there are another 2. So if we looked at Colorado's guidelines of what they're defining as outdoor, in theory, if all of these doors were open, this would be considered an outdoor venue because you've got airflow going cleanly from one side to the other. And you know, Central Oregon breweries this is a huge design trend. We've got a lot of folks in our industry and others with restaurants that have similar setups that would allow for this type of cross ventilation throughout the community.
Yeah, and we just have an assortment here of photos just to kind of underscore that point. If you look at Wild Ride, up in the top right there, a couple of absolutely massive roll-up doors, immersion down below. I think that's a 12 by 8, so over 100 square feet of airflow coming in through that front door. I'm familiar with that facility. They certainly have a back door for that cross flow. Crux has the very same thing. In the upper right, Boneyard, very same thing. And then a look at the Monkless front door roll-ups, just to kind of verify that ventilation and airflow that Robin has at her facility. So if you were to look around town, a lot of the spots downtown also have this same capability for ventilation. A lot of the coffee shops, again, just trying to start the conversation that this can and should be used as an effective and safe means of getting people back indoors, certainly combined with the masks, with the ongoing distancing, and with some of the filtration strategies that we talked about earlier.
And I'd like to go a step further with that, James. I think that, you know, we've got a lot of businesses that are hurting right now, and a lot of businesses that are struggling. and all said are still trying to do the right thing. And we've got Deschutes Environmental Health, who is responding to complaints, some valid, some not. And what I don't see our local officials doing largely is advocating for and also using a common sense approach when we're trying to enforce the sector guidance that has come out from OHA that I think in everyone's opinion, and Phil, yours included, it sounded like that there was not a lot of thought put into how it affected our county. And what I'm hoping that we can accomplish through bringing this issue to our local elected officials is that we have you look at how Deschutes County is actually implementing things. We've got neighbors to our north and our south in the states and municipalities that have said, you know what, we're not going to enforce some of these things. We're going to look at it differently. We're going to evaluate things on a case-by-case basis. And as one of the largest industries in Central Oregon, I think that's what this brewery owners group is asking you to do. We would love for you to advocate for businesses with the governor's office, and we're looking for support with that. We want to go through this the right way. And in the interim, because that is going to move relatively slowly in comparison with how quickly we all need relief, it's evaluating as a county how our own officials are deciding to implement, evaluate, and hold us to adherence on these issues. And I think we want more latitude where we're working with business rather than trying to hold accountable or threatening licensing restrictions or removals and taking things away from us. But it's really looking at the intent of what these requirements are, what they're asking, and then working with us to find those solutions that we're willing to continue to invest in.
Thank you, Robin, for those comments. I know that you'll be presenting tonight to the City Council, and it seems like I had honestly talked to Leah Horner because I told you I had a weekly conversation with her, and I kept talking about our weather over here and how it's not something that you sit outside in unless you have a lot of warm coats on, etc. I'm really proud to see that our community is supporting outdoor dining in their ski clothes, and yet from your research of going to Colorado, I think that's outstanding. It's really how fortuitous it is that you went to Denver this last weekend and you saw what they're doing in Colorado. I feel like, yes, I kept telling him we need heaters. People couldn't find heaters to buy, and what are they, like $1,200 or something? And, our weather is just, it's something else. But two sides with airflow and the fact that we, the research, the plasma, air filters, it's critical. We need to protect people. We want people to be safe, feel safe, and know that everything is done. And we can definitely present this on to the governor's office. It makes a lot of sense.
We did a similar thing, actually, with the rules regulating smoke from prescribed burns. There was a rule in Oregon that made it really tough to do the prescribed burns in our area because of the way our testing areas are set up, et cetera. And so we implemented a new rule, and we did that through the connection of a lot of different counties asking to do it, and made an application to the proper people in Salem, and that would be kind of a model, I think, for this. And that's why I'm encouraging I don't know what other counties have a lot of breweries, or even one or two, but connect those up if they're on the east side of the mountains where they have cold weather. I mean, like at Wallowa County or Umatilla or Hood River, or I don't know about Klamath Falls, but there's quite a few that have cold whether, and this is, you have the same problems on this, this is just your first request, but then, you know, building that coalition would be an important thing, like you've done here locally. It sounds like you've done that locally. How do you reach out to some of those others? Because they'll have more influence at a state level. And then it's a matter of finding the right person at a state level to be kind of advocating for you. And that might be legislators, or it might be people within certain departments.
Yeah, and I think we realize that a lot of this does need to be considered and blessed ultimately at the state level and with Governor Brown. But, you know, the clear point here is that we're running out of time.
Yeah.
One suggestion I'd make to City Council, to Mayor Russell, to county commissioners, take some ownership of a very simple, quick project that literally pulled around some breweries in town, ask them how many days they have left. I absolutely assure you that we're getting into single digits, double digits. I think it'll be extremely impactful, horrifying to find out that there's some that are down to their last days, their last weeks. And we haven't really talked about it in that context, but to uncover just how many of those are out there that are 10 and 15 and 30 days away from closure, no questions asked, be it due to heavy overhead, you know, burning through idle and PPP dollars, all the obvious. The clock has been ticking, and as we get deeper into winter, the outdoor solution just isn't going to keep people afloat.
So I would suggest that maybe we do put a simple letter together and get it, you know, for signature next Monday, just asking the state to reevaluate some of these regulations. Also, there's another path we could go, which is to have our health officials here in Deschutes County look at very specific items and see if there's, you know, things that can be advocated for. Well, this does make sense, and Oregon has not evaluated, you know, the outdoor spaces or the air quality scrubbing.
They could actually be helpful
I
in
think
putting
there'd
the
be
letter together.
two paths.
Yeah.
Eric,
Rob and
Eric
I
is on our
have-
call today. So we had a big conversation yesterday afternoon about it, and I know he is listening in, you know, and he heads the environmental health. So he's, you know, we're talking about final days, how much time, and, you know, it's really too bad that we didn't start arguing about this a long time ago. You know, if we would have gotten our earlier snowfall, you know, it's the fact that we really haven't gotten that big snowfall yet. So, but we know it's coming.
Well, so is there support for putting a letter together, kind of pushing the conversation? So the answers aren't going to be there by Monday, but we could sure take a position, and then follow-on effort of specific, you know, work items, asking the governor to change some rules, or Oregon Health Authority, wherever it needs to happen.
Yeah, I think, you know, the industry and Robin and I, we obviously have our motivation and our message here, but I think the trick obviously is going to be enrolling somebody that's got a much, much bigger stick that's going to validate some of what we're suggesting here, and have an audience to roll up that information to the state level.
Well, I think just because you're in Deschutes County, I think the county's big enough that it is listened to. And because everyone in Salem and Portland does come over here, and they know that they come over here for the breweries, so there is an interest. But I do think if you could come up with a list or contact with some of these other counties, that even if they only have one brewery, the brewery in Burns or in Klamath Falls that has a similar view, that adds up, and they do count things in a public policy matter. They notice that there's more counties behind something. So that would be something you could maybe supply to us. We could work on a letter with you. I'm supportive of a letter, so.
Good. Do we officially need to vote on supporting the letter? Commissioner DeBonne said he was.
We could do that Monday. You know, come
Okay.
up with content.
All right. So hopefully, and Eric, should we talk to Eric at this moment, or maybe later?
Well, I'd be interested in what he could offer.
Yes.
In terms of these ideas of ventilation and airflow and some of that sort of thing.
Well, it's interesting that they, you know, Colorado said two-sided. So there's environmental health. Maybe we could, Eric, did you want to make any comments?
Hi, thank you, Commissioners. Eric Money, Deschutes County Environmental Health Supervisor. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you so much, Eric, for being here today.
You're welcome. And great presentation by the Central Oregon brewing industry. You've done your homework. And I just want to say that, my heart goes out to the entire food service industry in Central Oregon, Deschutes County, the whole state. You guys have been completely devastated by the pandemic and kind of the shifting guidelines and executive orders. And it's completely understandable that you guys are looking and exploring options. Great job of looking at Colorado, cold state that allows for 2 walls instead of the 75% rule. And I am on a weekly call with 35 other county health departments, and I can reach out to them very quickly and see, hey, what sort of options have you guys come up with? Because it's not just Deschutes County that's having these struggles, and get back really quickly on that. It is true that we're delegated agents of the Oregon Health Authority. Each county can't make up their own rules. According to the OHA, we have a contract with them to follow the same rules statewide. But I'm also in communication weekly with Oregon Health Authority, the food pool and lodging managers, and I can also send everything up that you've presented today very quickly to them and see if they have any way to use science and data to show that airflow and increased ventilation can reduce aerosol transmission and make it a safe environment. With all the other distancing and mitigation safeguards that are in place. So I think that's something I can definitely run up to other counties as well as state Oregon Health Authority and get some quick feedback maybe before the Monday meeting.
Yeah. Thanks, Eric. And one thing I'll add, we have done some homework here, clearly. I think between Robin and myself, we've invested a whopping 2 hours. So point being that this information is out there. We didn't have to dig. This wasn't weeks and months of effort. This was on the couch, Googling, and the information's out there. And, there's a lot of counties and states that have gotten a pretty good jump start on Oregon and Deschutes County. Let's take advantage of what they've done and try to accelerate the conversation and get there quickly.
Great.
Agreed.
Right.
One thing that James was on your slide, but we didn't actually talk about it, is that I just want to bring into the fold because I do think it's worthy of including in the letter, is the use of individual pods and bubbles that so many of these businesses have actually invested in, and then the rules kind of got changed on them, is that we're advocating, and Colorado has done the same thing, that if this is a single party that is 6 people or less, which meets the OHA requirements, that those structures should be permitted. So we've got folks, 10 Barrel West, Boss Rambler on the west side. I've got one here, a number of restaurants that are outside and have outside dining, that if those are single parties, that we would advocate that those should be permitted to be used as long as they are sanitized and aired out in between the next party that's coming in. That would really help save the thousands of dollars of investment that these businesses have made in those and make them usable. But under current definitions and guidance, they're not.
Yeah, and again, just applying common sense to that scenario, that's the very same family of 5 that's in the station wagon together driving over to dine outdoors. So if it is that single family and they're in that same car, they're in the same household, is there any reason they couldn't be in a pod, so to speak?
No, I really appreciate you bringing that up, Robin. I noticed that when I was reading your submittal, that I'm thinking like that makes common sense. It's a huge investment, and yet it should be able to be used if it's one family. So thank you for pointing that out. I think that's extremely positive. And I want to thank Eric for all of his work, if he can reach out to all the other counties, the health authorities, and you know what, truly, we can get this done. We're just going to have to work harder and remind people that, you know, Deschutes County is really like Colorado, and thank goodness that they've, you know, they've tried to save their community, and we definitely want to save ours. So thank you for your leadership, for representing the brewers of our community. I'm sure they are appreciative, and hopefully we can get something done faster.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us on today.
No, thank you so much.
your
Thanks,
time.
James, and thank you, Robin. Thank you for what you do. Okay, so we now have Ed Keith. Should we go ahead or take a break now and come back at 1? What do you think? Ed has 2 items on the agenda. Ed, what's your schedule like in Boone?
I'm flexible to whatever your needs are, Commissioners.
Okay.
That would be the same for myself as well.
Okay, thank you, Boone. Well, do you want to do one and then come back after lunch and do the other? Would that be terrible?
I'm flexible.
Okay, all right. Why don't you go ahead and then, except Commissioner DeBone just actually left, and I do believe he'll be back at 1. So what do you think, Commissioner Henderson?
Oh, I didn't know he left.
Yeah, he just sent me a text that he left.
Well, let's do it 1 then.
Okay, yeah,
Uh,
considering that.
He'll be interested in this, I think, also. And
If you don't mind, I think our afternoon is manageable, so if we could move it to 1, that would be great.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So we will adjourn our morning meeting and come back at 1, promptly at 1 p.m. Okay, it's 1:01. Commissioner Henderson's going to be here in just a minute, so we could go ahead and start. Thank you, Stephanie. Good afternoon for afternoon session for Deschutes County Board of Commissioners. I believe we can put Ed Keith on our agenda. Up, I see we have,
The map's up already.
yes. Thank you, Ed. Thanks for your flexibility today. Ed and Boone, I believe, there too.
Yep, I was just forgetting to unmute myself.
That's okay. You know, you have to do that.
Yeah, gotta practice it.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Ed Keith. I'm the County Forester, joined today by Boone Zimmerly, our Fire Adapted Communities Coordinator. I'm going to start with just a real brief, bigger picture overview and then hand it over to Boone to go over this particular Community Wildfire Protection Plan update. So as you may remember, Deschutes County does have multiple community wildfire protection plans. We started writing those plans quite a while ago now, back in the early 2000s, after the passage of the Healthy Forest Restoration Act in 2004. We have 7 community wildfire protection plans, and this map that I'm showing is just a depiction of where those plan boundaries are generally. So Sun River, of course, is in the south part of the county. It is our smallest community wildfire protection plan, focused specifically around Sun River, and then it does border several other plans, including the Upper Deschutes River Community Wildfire Protection Plan to the south and the Greater Bend Plan to the north. We do try to update each of these plans on a 5-year basis. It does take us a little while to go through each plan, so we're usually updating at least 1 each year, sometimes 2. We're before you early in the year with the Greater Lapine Community Wildfire Protection Plan update, and are now bringing you the newly revised Sun River Community Wildfire Protection Plan. Sun River, this is its 4th revision, and a group of folks have been working on this revision for a while. now. And when we're bringing these plans to you, we're basically asking you to acknowledge the update so that these plans are kept up to date and relevant for all the partners that are participating. The Healthy Forest Restoration Act does state that the signers to these plans that acknowledge the plans are the local government, or in some cases, multiple local governments, as well as the fire department and the state forestry agency. And so I will just switch to just show you that this is basically the orange line is the boundary of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan for Sun River. It is, as I mentioned before, focused right around Sun River, bordered by some natural geographic features, as well as the highway uses the river for part of it, lava flow to the north, and then a main road to the south. And with that real brief introduction, I am going to turn the details over to Boone, who has been working with partners to coordinate this update.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Just for the record, Boone Zimmerly, Fire Adapted Communities Coordinator for Deschutes County. So this, as Ed stated, this is a non-regulatory document. It's a place that we share between, a place to share information between agencies and partners as we do work within the Sun River area and work generally involving fuels reduction work. So the revision started late February 2020. We pulled in all of our partners together to provide input and to do some edits on the plan. And those partners included ourselves, Deschutes County. So it was myself and Ed, plus the Sheriff's Office with Nathan Garrity. And then we had the Sun River Owners Association, Sun River Resort, Sun River Fire Department, the Sun River Police Department, Sun River Utilities, Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad also participated with us, U.S. Forest Service, and the state Oregon Department of Forestry. So some of the changes that we did to the plan from the previous revision, we worked with a new risk assessment methodology that was the same as what we used on Lapine CWPP. So we were bringing that in consistent with all of the plans as we're updating all of them. The Oregon Wildfire Risk Explorer was used for that risk assessment. It, that uses quantitative data, and it eliminates a lot of the subjectiveness to the risk that we have within our areas. And then we also called on all of those partners to help us capture all the work that has been done over the last 5 years. And the majority of that, like I said, is fuels treatment types of work across all of the ownerships, whether it's federal or down to the private level. We also added a map of all the critical transportation routes. So that would be our evacuation routes out of CWPP. And I think one of the things to note with that is these evacuation routes aren't, they don't end at the Sun River CWPP boundary. These tie directly in with the rest of the county. They're integrated routes within all of the county for our evacuation. We also had some slight changes to our objectives that brought it in line and with all of our other CWPPs as we work on them. And those objectives were based on the cohesive strategy goals of fire adapted communities, resilient landscapes, and the safe, effective fire response. And we also did some reformatting of the plan, pretty minor for the most part, but it's just reformatting it so it flowed a little bit easier, and also bringing in consistency with the other plans as we continue to work through it. Those are the main highlights of what we changed in this plan or what we revised in this plan. Currently, the CWPP is in its final draft form, and it's available at the projectwildfire.org website, along with all the other CWPPs within our county. At this point, we're at the final revision, and we're ready to move forward on signatures. I believe that's everything I have. If you guys have any questions on any of the revision process?
Thank you, Boone, for this presentation. So it's the fourth time it's been revised? I believe that's what Ed said.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, I think Central Oregon sure has taken advantage of this initiative from 2005. You know, the multiple versions of it. It's great to have people involved, even thinking about what would a community wildfire protection plan be. Partnership with the Forest Service and the federal ownership. So a lot of good history here. And my only request, and I think I say this every time, is let's get a press release out there. The next resident who's just moving to Central Oregon, who understands they're living in a dry forested area, this is a great document to get them grounded on, the level, the severity of risk, the level of management that's happening. So just getting it out to the world.
We can certainly do that.
So it's great to see that 97% of the homes have Class A roofing. I would think that would be really critical, that those last 25 homes at some point in time are upgraded.
That is a significant figure. You may know, but Sun River was one of the multiple communities back when it was first developed that actually required shake roofing, which is the equivalent of having dry kindling on your roof.
Yep.
And they have changed that regulation, and now in Sun River's very strict about actually requiring only Class A roofing, and they are down to just the last few, and that's one of their main priorities in reducing the risk of structural ignition.
I had a couple questions. Sorry I'm late. You maybe already have covered it, but I was wondering, I was looking at the how you process or develop this plan, Ed, and it looked like primarily the different government agencies. Are there also any citizens that participate in this that don't have like an official Sun River Owners Association or whatever head to them? Or I couldn't really tell how you involve the public in doing this.
Certainly is open to the public. Our options for it directly involving them were a little bit limited due to COVID restrictions. This has been presented in a couple other public meetings at the Sun River Owners Association that Boone has participated in, and may be able to speak to any other public involvement.
Yeah, we did do the Sun River Owners Association board. So I spoke there, and then also with the Sun River Service District. And then we're currently this week it'll be going in front of the Sun River Service District again. But throughout the process, we did, we invited whoever would come and kept those open. We did receive a few emails on comments, and we addressed those through email and phone conversations one-on-one with folks as we discussed Sun River, their ladder fuels program, and some of the intricacies of the plan in general.
And then the follow-up to that is this has got a lot of information in it. Some of it's new. Is there I don't know if this 2-page summary we got or 3-page is what goes to the public, or is there a public brochure or things we learned or things you can learn from the Community Wildlife Protection Plan, or is there any kind of messaging that connects to this?
We'll be hosting that on our Project Wildfire webpage. Right now we just have the final draft form. And then once we do have the final draft signed, we'll have that uploaded. And then also we will be using that 2-page document. And that'll be on the webpage. But generally speaking, as we discuss or talk to communities within a CWPP, it is that 2-page document that we use to kind of get the word out and talk to them about the CWPP. As I think you're kind of alluding to, there can be a lot within the full packet of a CWPP, and being able to highlight and summarize what it means to have a CWPP, and part of that is pretty critical to getting the information out there. And then we will do, as Commissioner DeBone suggested, we'll get the press release out that we're moving forward with it and completing the CWPP.
I would just add as well, I'm a little slow in recalling, but in regards to the ability for the public to provide their input from a non-agency, non-employee type perspective, we did work with the Sun River Owners Association, who publishes the Sun River Scene, and that was there was a full article write-up for the residents of Sun River in there. That's been about 2 months ago now. So we did that at the beginning of a public comment period. So once we had a kind of a coherent draft to put out for the public to actually comment on, there was a newspaper article in the Sun River Scene, as well as utilizing their social media as just another way for the public to provide any input or at least raise awareness that the plan is out there.
Good. Then my other question is, one of the things that struck me when we were looking at after the Paradise Fire, and we were talking about it that day-long seminar, was the whole value of cell towers and things like that. And I was wondering if that gets incorporated into any of these plans in terms of the need for them to be protected or, fire protected, because that was a breakdown in Paradise that makes sense. It could be a breakdown other places where people can't communicate because of burnt towers.
Yeah, so as we look at the Oregon Wildfire Risk Explorer, the infrastructure that you're referring to does get elevated through that as one of the ways to look at where our priorities would lie for some of our treatments of fuels and things to consider as we're planning forward. I believe that's what you're asking there, Commissioner Henderson.
Yeah, I think that is yours. Are you saying that was addressed then on one of the topics under the Wildfire Risk Explorer?
Yeah, as you look at the risk out there, I think Ed's got more to add here. Looks like I'm cutting him off, but yeah, it elevates it as you're looking at some of those maps. I don't know what we have falling in there besides the railroad and possibly some power lines within the Sun River CWPP, but within others, those infrastructure sites like the cell towers and stuff also light up as red areas or areas of concern.
Okay.
I would just add that as you look at kind of the larger area map that's in the Risk Explorer, those might not pop out as really evident at that scale, but you are able to use that tool to highlight some of the infrastructure. The other thing I would say is I think we'll have an increased emphasis on that with our natural hazard mitigation plan that's just being started to be revised. And we just had our first meeting of that group this week, actually. And I think we'll want to do that kind of on a countywide basis, is try to have a better defined inventory of where some of those critical infrastructures are, especially in relation to the ones that are vulnerable to particular risks like wildfire.
Well, I'm excited that this is getting published in coordination with the Sun River Owners Association, the residents of the area. At this time, I'll move acceptance and board signature of the Sun River Area Community Wildfire Protection Plan.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Ed, I just wanted to say something. On page, I think it's 33, number 1, item, practice good outdoor housekeeping. And they're saying, don't leave your cushions outside. But honestly, if people have old, dry, wooden furniture, that to me is like a bit dangerous too. In my past life, whenever we had a fire, I always had to bring in our wood furniture that was outside, just because you just never know. And then if that, catches on fire, then you're really in trouble.
Certainly. That's a great point.
Well, I just, when you look at what happened on September 7th and the fact the wind was blowing from a totally different direction that we are used to, and, you just don't really have enough time in that case. I mean, look at all those homes, what was it, almost 4,000 homes were burned. So people just didn't have the opportunity, and honestly, you've got to make your choices on what you're going to have outside. 5 feet, 0 to 5 really is, when the wind is 70 miles an hour, that's not really anything.
Couldn't agree more. And yeah, definitely there's better choices for furniture that's close to the home than something that's going to be flammable, combustible.
So, Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you for the presentation. So do you want to give us our banned smoke sensitive receptor response plan?
I will, yes. So the next item that I had for you is just a quick presentation on what we've been working on over the past 12 months. As you'll probably recall, in fact, I think Commissioner Henderson might have even mentioned this earlier in the meeting. It was just about 1 year ago today, on December 7th, 2019, that we heard back from the Oregon Department of Forestry in consultation with the Department of Environmental Quality, and they did approve our community response plan for the protected area around Bend, which is called the smoke sensitive receptor area. And so the state does regulate prescribed burning and smoke from prescribed burning around areas that they have designated as smoke sensitive. So Bend and Redmond are those two areas within Deschutes County that are designated as such. And if you followed prescribed fire closely at all, you'll know that in order to try to reduce the risk of wildfire, especially around the Bend area, there's been an increase in forest management, including prescribed fire right next to Bend. And one of the challenges has been trying to accomplish that burning with a balance of also trying to protect air quality and the impacts of air quality, the smoke onto sensitive populations. So we came up with a plan. We had lobbied the state for a change in air quality rules, and they actually did change those. And one of the changes in the rules was that communities, if they developed a community response plan, could ask for a waiver of one of the air quality thresholds. So there's a 1 hour threshold and a 24-hour air quality threshold. It's particularly hard for us to burn next to areas like Bend and meet the 1 hour air quality threshold. It's a little bit easier to accomplish the 24-hour threshold, but due to the way the air moves and where we're trying to burn, it was pretty hard to do that. So we did develop this plan, and the plan is really a way to communicate with the public and alert them as to when prescribed fire is going to happen, where it's going to happen, and why we're doing this work. And so the plan really revolves around a communication strategy, uses a website called centraloregonfire.org. And that's a website that was developed in partnership with a whole host of agencies that include Deschutes County and the County Health Services Department, the U.S. Forest Service, the Oregon Department of Forestry, DEQ, the Nature Conservancy have all participated in coming together and making sure that our communication is coordinated between all those entities, and that we're responsive to the needs of the public and letting them know when they might expect smoke so that they can protect themselves from that smoke through things like making sure that their windows are closed at night when they go to bed. Because what we've experienced here is that you might go to bed and the air is nice, but then the air settles at night. And if your windows are open, for example, then you're going to have smoke throughout your house. And so just little things like that can really reduce the impacts to the public in regards to smoke and help us do that critical work in our forest to try to prevent a very impactful fire. So, the statute does state that the local health authority will provide an annual report back to the state to say that we are still implementing our plan and how that year has gone. For this year, obviously, things, as in all facets of life, have been impacted by COVID. So you'll probably recall that this spring, the Forest Service in particular did make the decision to not burn, especially next to communities, to try to reduce any impacts that would be compounding impacts already being experienced through COVID, being a respiratory disease, not wanting to put any additional smoke in the air. So our report's a little slim this year based on the fact that there really weren't a lot of prescribed fires going on next to, especially next to the Bend area, but really next to populated areas generally. That work has picked up a little bit after fire season, with a few prescribed fires further out away from the community, and then some pile burning that's still going on through the winter. One of the highlights, though, that I would call attention to is that the website that we really built for prescribed fire, we have been posting information on wildfire and wildfire smoke and air quality information as well. And that's really, I think, at least by the website traffic numbers, been pretty well received by the public. Pretty impressive numbers that are in this report here, with close to 260,000 users viewing over 907,000 pages on that website over the past 12 months. So quite a bit of traffic, which leads me to believe that people are looking to that website for information, and will continue to hopefully look to that website for information as prescribed fire picks up again, hopefully this spring. We do have, in talking with the Forest Service in preparing this report, several prescribed fire plans approved and ready to go west of Bend, both on federal land, but also through cooperative agreements with private landowners that border the Forest Service as well. So lots to look forward to, hopefully, in the coming year, even though this report doesn't really have quite as much as we would normally have if we would have experienced a normal year of prescribed fire. The other thing we have been working on as a group, this multi-agency group, is hopefully going out to the public for their input once we experience a little bit busier prescribed fire season, to make sure that they're getting the information they need. So we actually do have a survey drafted. We were planning to put out this spring following prescribed fire season, that we kind of held off on since that didn't move forward, but interested in making sure that we're meeting the needs of those vulnerable populations and the general public in Bend and Deschutes County as a whole, and adapting our plan and our communication to any other needs that are identified. So we will be hopefully rolling that out here in 2021 as prescribed fire season picks up. So the plan is still, or this report that's in front of you is still draft. So I would ask if you have any edits or additions, or if not, the direction to move this forward to the state. We don't have a hard deadline to put it in, so I'm happy to capture any additional input for edits that you might see, or any questions that you might have.
Well, Ed, remembering back to our 8 days of an air quality that was in the 600s and above where I live at times, it was horrible. So what kind of air quality, or when we do the burn, are we talking about that we didn't have this year? I mean, what do those usually range?
I would say typically they might peak at maybe closer to 100, maybe 150 in relation to the 600, which is actually, those days were actually beyond the index. So anything above 500 is so unhealthy that, all physical activity should be limited, and it's a fraction of that for a fraction of the time. Usually, it's our typical impacts are for 3 to 6 hours. Typically, in a time where people are indoors anyway, they typically start to clear out by the time the sun's coming up in the morning, but settle down at night. So from midnight to 6 a.m. is typically the peak time for a shorter duration and definitely less intense smoke.
Yes, that was 8 pretty horrible days. So, yeah, so we were off the chart.
So one suggestion I had, Ed, of an addition was I noticed you had called out the fact that we approved a public information officer for the health department, but we also created Boone's job, full-time job this year. So that'd be I think that ties into our abilities here as well, that we have more capacity in the forestry department. So
that's a great suggestion. I can add that very easily.
Mr. DeBonne, anything?
No, excuse me, no proposed edits to the document. My thought is maybe, if we're going to put a Sun River CWPP note out, put this out with it too, because it's really partnership with the community. It's not us and them, it's us. When there's smoke, it's everybody. And this is the plan, this is how we're going to manage it. We have new residents that'll be coming to the area, and the first day they see the big plume and then it all of a sudden lays down. It's going to be an experience for the new folks in town. But we've seen it over the years. And when you get to the concept of celebrating prescribed burning, that's kind of the end game of, oh, good, we're doing something proactive, because you don't start off like that when you first see it.
Definitely, yeah. Good point.
But it was also something you could highlight in the press release, the fact that we're actually leading the charge on this whole idea of using these opportunity to modify the rules so we can do more prescribed burns, so we can, it's really a forward-looking thing we're doing, proactive that we're doing that should help us avoid more fires in the future. So put that into the press release somehow.
Definitely, it's interesting, or you might find it interesting. I certainly do that. After 12 months have passed and we're still the only one in the state with an approved plan. There's 4 or 5 other communities working on it, but definitely, I would say ahead of the curve in being proactive on this issue.
Yeah, that's good.
Great.
All right.
So is it a motion?
Yes, we need a motion.
Yeah, I'll move approval of the annual report, directing, trying to see how to word it here, with the suggested edits that we move approval of the annual report to the Department of Forestry and acting as a local public health authority to bring us in compliance with the new smoke sensitive receptor area community response plan.
Very good.
Could you repeat that for me?
What he said.
I'll second it.
Further discussion? Commissioner Henderson?
I'm real glad to get this done. Thanks for taking the lead and making this work. So, yeah, I vote yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. And I really think it was, well, we were lucky, but it was unfortunate that we didn't have any burns early in the year. I mean, I know we didn't know with COVID, but looking back at our numbers then, we definitely could have been doing, because this job is, thousands of acres to keep our community safe.
Thank you,
Ed.
Thank you.
All right, so Laura, are you on? Yes, there you are.
Hi, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Very good.
All right. Good to see you. So Laura Skundrick, administration. I'll provide a little bit of background about our grant program here. So during the fiscal year 21 video lottery fund allocation process, the board designated $20,000 to fund this grant program, which is dedicated to supporting art and cultural initiatives in Deschutes County. It makes grants available to local nonprofit organizations that, one, seek to increase arts and culture opportunities in Deschutes County, two, makes arts and culture education available to Deschutes County residents, and or three, contributes to the local economy. So we received 11 applications for the 2021 year, and that totals a funding request of $33,200. So I'm here to go through those with you today.
Great, thank you so much.
Of course, and I can pull up our worksheet here so we can see our rolling balance as we go through. All right, is that big enough on your end?
Pretty good.
Okay. I can make it bigger if needed. So our first request is from Bend Film. They are requesting $4,000. This would go towards their Bend Film Festival Marketing, Education, and Expansion program. And their outreach will include online, print, and physical media targeted to residents throughout the county, with a focus on educational opportunities for youth, as well as screen offerings in communities outside of Bend.
Are we gonna do these one by one?
So, big picture, I'm
We
thinking.
can go through if you want to, or
Tony was saying something.
however you'd like to do it.
I'm thinking generally supporting everything and shaving some of them back. I mean, that's, after going back and forth through them a few times, you know, yeah, so that's the mindset I'm going in with.
Yeah.
I'm going in with the mindset that everything for kids needs to be supported. After talking with retired Superintendent Mike McIntosh, he was stating that kids are going to be impacted for the next at least 10 years of their life from everything that's happened. And so I know there's some of the programs here that are specifically for kids. So I really, you know, I was really happy to see that the High Desert Museum was on the list, and they're open now. So they have a program for Head Start kids. I think it's like 400 families.
They're open outside only, I
Yes,
think.
it
Is
is.
Well, there's so many fabulous outside things to
Yeah.
see. You just wear your ski clothes.
partially open.
Yeah, well,
Wear your ski clothes up.
yeah, wear your ski clothes. They can see the sawmill. So yeah, there's a lot of really
So
good
for
things
Ben
there.
Film, I'm thinking less than their ask, but the majority of it. So I don't know.
Like 3,000 or 2,500 or
that's,
something.
That's why, yeah, however,
I would say maybe 2,500. 'cause
okay.
we're going to have to cut back some.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 2,500, Laura?
Sure.
I mean, definitely want the film festival to happen, but we've got a lot of ask here.
So the Cascade Music Festival. It's also a
The Cascade is at the School of Music
yeah.
you're looking at. Yeah, their Crescendo Bendo Student Showcase. They would hold at the Tower Theater. They could do it either in person or virtually, and it would be a free musical performance by students and faculty.
I'd support that at its full request.
At 2,
I do it at 2 also.
There you
'cause
go.
that's
Yes.
Good.
what we're
because
doing.
we've done 2,000 for the last 2 years, so let's make it 3 in a row.
So I'd suggest the next one at 3. Cascade Teen, we've given them 2 the last 2 years.
That sounds like a plan.
3,000, okay. Central Oregon Writers Guild, their visiting writer program.
I'd like to keep that going to some extent. Maybe we could just give them 1,000 or something.
We
Or
did 900 last year.
Yeah, 1,000 is the number I was looking at.
Okay, so 1,000?
Okay, great. Dry Canyon Arts Association with their school outreach program, which they plan to hold in the fall of 2021 if school is back in session.
Okay, we did 1,000 last year. It is for kids, and it
Let's
is,
put 1,000 in for now and then see if we have anything left because it.
yeah, let's make it a plus, 1,000 plus if we can.
Sure.
I would probably reduce this next one to 1,000 also, just because it's,
I agree. For the mural festival at 1,000 then.
Okay, 1,000 for the mural.
Man, we're on the same page.
Perfect. And
today.
High Desert Museum.
The Head Start program for 400 children. Where are we at, Laura? What's our total to date? Did you add it yet? Can you give us a total?
Yes, remaining we have $9,500.
9,500?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 3,000 is a
yeah.
proposed number and see if it
3, and see if we have any left over.
works. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
What's the Scalehouse Voices again?
That's a series of free presentations. They bring in nationally and internationally acclaimed artists, designers, and scholars, which they can do either in person or virtually. But the funding would go towards their video streaming platform and recording and editing and marketing of the program.
So we did 2,000 the last 2 years? Maybe we should put it back to 2?
Yes, that's correct.
I agree.
Is that okay?
Let's go to 2 and see where we are, yeah.
Okay.
Can we do the 2,500 to the Sunriver Music Festival, or
That's what we did last year, so I think that's good.
how much do we have left, Laura?
What's our balance?
Let me see here. I'm sorry, what did you say for Sun River Music Festival?
2,500. That's what we did last year.
So we're at 5,000 left.
Okay, and we've got 2 items left.
Well, why don't we do 2,500 for both?
Sounds like a plan.
Yep.
The one had not been awarded in the past, so if we do 2,500 and then the tower 2,500. And then last
That's
time
a zero.
we moved it to the discretionary grant. We aren't going to do that this year, correct? Or is that something that they could apply for later if they needed extra funding?
Yes, they absolutely can.
Because last year we moved it to discretionary and gave them 4,500, so, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so check your number and tell us that is at 20,000?
It is. Yep.
Easy peasy.
Wow.
Perfect. Thank you.
Laura? Oh, yeah, okay, I see it now. I was going to say, I only saw 3 500s, but now I see 4, so, good, great.
Okay.
Thank you very
Perfect.
much.
Thank you so much. I have one just additional follow-up item. So as part of this process, we ask past grant recipients for their completion reports for the past year's grants at the end of January. So I've been reaching out to those organizations to remind them of that deadline. And we've heard back from a couple of them that they were not able to hold their program during 2020 due to COVID restrictions. And I wanted to touch base with you, given the circumstances over the year. We're recommending that the organizations be granted an extension to complete the project within the next year, if that's the will of the board. There were programs that were supposed to take place in schools that obviously weren't able to happen, and concerts that couldn't take place due to the restrictions as well. So I wanted to maybe get your feedback.
So exactly who are we talking about then? Some of these?
Yes, one I had sent a note on earlier was the Education Foundation for Ben Lapine Schools.
Right.
And they were awarded $1,000 for their art education programs in schools. And then there was the Central Oregon Youth Orchestra, which was planning a collaboration concert that could not take place either. They were awarded $1,800.
I'm supportive of, have that reporting done the next year, following year. Sounds like both those organizations would be intending on trying to do something still. And
So
art in the classroom is art in the classroom, probably not out over Zoom.
Okay, do we need a motion then? To approve that? To extend it?
That would be nice, Commissioners, to have a minutes motion. To that.
Yes, okay, so can you make a motion then?
So I'll move approval of allowing those grants recipients to do their programs in this next year instead of requirement of reporting right now.
That brings up a question, Laura. Are you, you work with all these different grant programs and stuff. Are any of the nonprofits that you're aware of going out of business, or are you kind of checking in to see if they're all still going to be able to function? It seems like they're.
I have not specifically checked in with them about that, and I haven't heard from any that they've had to close down. Obviously, they've been making a lot of changes, and I hear the needs, but I haven't heard of any of them closing their doors.
Okay. Well, hopefully none will. But
So, did you want to,
I'll second the motion.
any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Okay, and the chair votes yes. So that's great. Two wonderful programs, both of them involve kids, so I'm glad we can extend those to next year. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, it looks like we're going to look at the airport development zone and the ordinances, the first reading, in fact.
So do we need to do anything other than make a motion for first reading, or?
I don't know, let's see.
Can't remember how we left it last time.
Anthony, do we need to do anything else but make a motion?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. That's all you really need to do is to make the motion unless you have any questions for me.
Oh, I think we're good.
We had a good session on it last week to talk about this process, so.
Yeah, we really didn't have any comment against making these changes.
So,
I'd make a motion for a first reading of ordinance number 2020-018, amendment to Deschutes County Code Chapters 18.76, Airport Development Zone, and 18.116, supplementary provisions.
By title only.
That's what, if it's supposed to be, by title only.
okay.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Mr. Henderson?
I vote yes.
Mr. DeBonne?
Yes.
Yes, by title only.
Oh, otherwise, if we didn't say that, we'd have to technically read all the whereases. Yeah.
I would have to read them?
You
Oh,
would.
my gosh.
Take a break.
You guys could go to lunch. Okay, by title only, and ordinance amending, the chair votes yes. Okay, by title only, and ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Title 18, Chapter 18.76, Airport Development Zone, and Chapter 18.116, supplementary provisions to streamline review of personal use hangars, reduce the front and rear yard setbacks, adopt Oregon administrative rule and the Federal Aviation Administration definitions, and allow parking in the front yard.
Right.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'll see you on December 30th for second reading.
Yes, December 30th. Okay, it looks like we should have Kyle Collins.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Kyle Collins, Associate Planner, Deschutes County Community Development Department. Today, we are here to discuss a second round of deliberations concerning file numbers 247-19-000, 913LL, and 914TP. It's the Smallwood subdivision project, 10-lot subdivision, rural residential subdivision, or excuse me, urban area reserve subdivision, just outside the Bend Urban Growth boundary on the northwest portion of the city. I know we discussed a lot of this at length last week in the first round of deliberations. This second round is to allow the board to elaborate on the Deschutes River Corridor Design Review Standards that were discussed at some length last week, but I think this is going to hopefully intended to provide some more clarity as to those discussions and a second round of thoughts in the board. So if there are any questions for me, you're certainly welcome to send those in my direction. Otherwise, I would open it up.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Apparently, Title 19 is going to go on our list for perhaps next year's update. I see that Nick Lilac is in the room, Director. And Commissioner DeBone, did you have any comment on this?
So I know we did kind of talk about it last week, the fact that how much of a review process would we be talking about for this for these applications, and that we, I would still, support the fact that it's a. I'm sorry, the terminology is going to be escaping me here because it gets deep into it. Got to switch gears. But yeah, so the administrative review, I guess, is what we ended up with last week. But getting clear on what that review process is, and I think I had supported the fact that. The full review process wouldn't need to be in place. So I guess I didn't have my words prepared on that, but I have my thought, what I was thinking pretty clear.
Yeah, I'll jump in just to provide a little context of what.
Thank you, Kyle.
Last week, yeah, of course. So to break this down as simply as possible, the hearings officer that originally made this decision interpreted an area of the Title 19 code that deals with what's called Deschutes River Corridor Design Review. And specifically, it applies to properties in some form or fashion that are adjacent to the Deschutes River Corridor. There aren't a lot of them, but there are some, and this subject property is one of them. That design review standard includes a 100-foot setback distance for any new development from the ordinary high water mark of the river corridor itself, unless a specific variance has been requested to that setback. So under normal circumstances, you're always required to be set back 100 feet unless you specifically go through a process to modify that setback distance down. And that's something that's done through the planning division. However, that same section of code requires a specific set of design review standards for any new development that occurs within this, what's described as the Deschutes River Corridor area. So there's some conflicting information in terms of the code, or at least slightly unclear information into where this should apply. Because of that 100-foot setback distance, it seems as if it could be interpreted that it's effectively a moot provision of code that would disallow this design review at all times, because all structures are, again, required to be out of this 100-foot setback distance. And the hearings officer interpreted the code section in that manner, basically to state, why would this be here unless it were to be required for properties that have some portion of their land within 100 feet of the ordinary high water mark of the Deschutes River. The applicant contested that on appeal and specifically notes that because of this variance process, the reduction in the 100-foot setback distance that could be allowed under the code, they claim that the design review process is intended to be applied in specifically those instances. So whenever an applicant requests to build something within 100 feet of the ordinary high water mark of the Deschutes River, these design review standards would kick into place. And that's effectively the primary thing that the board is intended to rule on. But to provide a little bit more context in the memo that I provided to the board for this week's deliberations, outside of that specific interpretation argument, which I think is the main thing the board needs to rule on, just for context, the actual design review process itself is somewhat complex and convoluted, given that it doesn't appear that the county's current code has been brought up to date given a series of events that have occurred since 2016. And to summarize those as briefly as I can, These areas of Deschutes County were originally governed by what's called the Bend Area General Plan, which is the City of Bend's comprehensive plan ultimately. However, these properties were actually located within Deschutes County's jurisdiction. So it was a strange scenario where we had control over the properties themselves from a planning and land use standpoint, but the rules governing those were guided by the City of Bend's comprehensive plan, or the Bend Area General Plan. However, as of 2016, the City of Bend removed that authority. They effectively said the Bend Area General Plan no longer applies to these areas outside of the UGB. We're only going to have our comprehensive plan cover these areas inside the UGB. And so these properties were left in a little bit of limbo because while that changeover alluded to the Deschutes County comprehensive plan, should be the kind of guiding document here, there's no chapters or goals or policies within our current comprehensive plan that address these areas at all. It effectively says nothing. In addition to that, the specific review body that's called out in this area of code, which is the Bend Urban Area Planning Commission, is, as I stated in last week's deliberation at the hearing, is no longer an active body at all. And so it's unclear both from a goals and policy standpoint what would be the guiding principles for this area, and it's also unclear who the actual review body would be to perform these types of site plan review. Now that ultimately is something that, as Commissioner Adair stated, ideally we would hope to remedy in future text amendments to this portion of code in some form or fashion. But as of right now, this is the way the code language is written, and we have to have some way of dealing with it should the board want to put forward this design review for any new projects, and in this case, the Smallwood subdivision project. I know that's a very long preamble and a lot of interesting nuances, so if there are questions, feel free.
Well, so when you brought this up with us individually to kind of go over this, it kind of was like a newfound point almost that we didn't really get to the first time we were briefed, went through all this and had the hearing and kind of deliberated where we came. I mean, my comments were that, I wanted to look at the actual standards that are in here, and you've given those to us today. To me, the standards really, it's different than the landscape management zone, but it still is kind of like it in terms of what you're trying to regulate, and it's pretty clear what the ordinance says you're trying to do. It's kind of what you expect to do along the Deschutes River, is preserve some of the unusual natural beauty, the riparian zone, give some flexibility, maintain the scenic quality of the canyon rimrock areas, conserve and enhance property values. And so I'm not really uncomfortable with doing what we said after your first, after the first deliberations and stuff, that just, I can see where the applicant now may want to try to change the procedure and say none of these rules apply because they want to be able to do what they're doing. And there is a risk that maybe someone would appeal their site plan, but there's also a chance that this could be resolved between them. And design review of the stuff that's in here, now that I've had a chance to see it, isn't really unusual for builders to deal with, and it wouldn't be unusual for builders to have to work with a homeowner trying to make sure they met these guidelines. So I'm okay with what we decided last week, that 3 of the lots would be subject to these because they specifically, they were in that middle ground where they do reach the watermark in the property, and they're visible from the other side of the river. And I'm sure with the, these are high quality lots, and these will be high quality homes, so that there'll be a desire to have nice quality homes as it is. And I'm not, that everything, we're just the middle party in these decisions. If people want to appeal it further up the chain to the LUBA, they can. But I'm not really uncomfortable with doing this. I think the planning director, with the help of staff, can come up with reasonable requirements. And So,
And as I say, remember last week, I don't come to that same conclusion. You know, design review past that 100-foot setback and for a 10-acre parcel doesn't sound like the intention of what the idea was. You know, when it's a real small parcel, multiple houses on an acre at the edge of the river, design review kind of fits. But when it's a large parcel and you're already talking about the setback, I just wouldn't go there.
And ultimately, again, I'll point out that that is the main interpretive issue that both the hearings officer brought forward and the applicants have contested is really whether or not this design review applies to properties within 100 feet of the ordinary high water mark or the building envelopes themselves, wherever the physical development itself is occurring. That is kind of where the rubber meets the road.
So Kyle, the way we're looking at it now, they're 10-acre parcels, but nobody is planning on doing anything within the 100 feet on the 3 lots.
That's
the 3 10-acre lots. So
how do we know that?
how do we know that? Because we've been told.
Well, yeah, but that could change after we approve it, couldn't it?
Could it change after we approve it?
So the board could accommodate that particular concern if they wanted to, rather than, so the condition as written by the hearings officer explicitly requires site plan review, for example, for these lots. To accommodate it, if the board wanted to, they could simply amend the condition to say any new development which occurs within 100 feet of the ordinary high water mark would still be subject to these site plan review standards. And that would effectively, you would know at that point in time that if someone decided to build something within that 100-foot distance, they would be subject to, one, the variance provisions called out in there, as well as the accompanying site plan review for the Deschutes River corridor.
Okay. So I'm
As of right now, they have not proposed any specific development within that.
right, but I'm comfortable with that because they really aren't supposed to be building within the 100 foot. So, and I know the one property is only like 0.05 acres. So it's, you know, it's really highly unlikely that they're going to want to do anything in the 0.05. Because, and then the other two, I think one was 1.5 acres and the other one was less than half an acre, I believe. So anyway, what about something like that, Commissioner Henderson? Would that give any protection in your mind?
Well, not really, because there's nobody going to use that little piece. We're really saying the only design review is only going to happen if somebody creates a variance. And I don't think that's probably going to happen. So I just think if there is a point for site review, there ought to be some land that already exists for it. So I'd rather keep it on the 3 that we agreed to. Or the applicant wanted to get rid of it completely, and the other participant in the hearing wanted to keep it on all the lots, and then the applicant said, well, if you're going to do it, these are the only 3 lots that it might make some sense. So I'm comfortable with that conclusion.
So Kyle, does that make sense?
So are we stating the commissioners want to amend that condition specifically to not require it outright, but to require it for any new development within the 100 feet? The process outlined.
So it's going 2 different ways, and yeah, so it's going to be a decision by yourself, Commissioner.
Just as a final piece of background, I don't know that this will add anything major to the board's deliberations here, but the applicant at this point has not specifically requested an exception to these design review standards. I think maybe maybe that's been a little confused in these conversations, but rather their primary concern is whether these design review standards are going to apply broadly across the entirety of these lots, or whether the specific conditions of the code only allow those design provisions or require those design provisions to apply within that 100-foot setback. And their argumentation relies on the fact that the code, to their mind, is written in such a way that when a variance is requested, that's when the design review standards apply, and that's what they believe should apply to their properties as well.
So Kyle, I'm looking at Laura Cooper's EE her letter dated the 30th of November, where for future developments on lot 4, 5, and 6 of the proposed subdivision, any portion of the development that is to be proposed located within the Deschutes River corridor is defined by, will be subject to the site plan review. But Commissioner
Correct.
Henderson, you're saying that doesn't feel comfortable enough for you?
Yeah, because I don't see why we have this whole provision for site review if the only time it's going to come in is if you've created a variance, because nobody can do that without a variance. And so it seems like it would say that when they wrote this section, Deschutes River Corridor design review, they would have thought about that and said, well, they would have put that in there. They would have said, if in the event there's a variance to build within it. See, it creates the right to build within the 100 feet, and the wording here on D1, but then it doesn't, the whole quarter review thing isn't, that should be like the first paragraph in this section, if that's the only time it was going to apply, is how I feel like, because it'd be like the Deschutes River Corridor design review. In the event someone does a variance to get within 100 feet, then we're going to set up a design review process. If they don't, but that is how it's set out. They set out all this stuff, and then they set out there's this exception on 100 feet. So it doesn't, I guess I just agree with the hearings officer. It's kind of what my feeling is, that
So
he's made a point that I think is accurate.
one of the point of view that I would deduce, so kind of thinking about what this is when you're, from Drake Park, going downriver, going north, the density of the development is such that design review on the edge of the river with smaller parcels. And then this just opens wide open to 10-acre parcels, so this is another, however, half mile or whatever the distance is north. So then this would have been put in place for that urban density type development, and this isn't that. This is an urban reserve, and the opportunities are fading for the city, especially when this development happens, for the city to urbanize along the river going north.
Well, I agree with you that could be true. I just feel like if that's what our problem is with it, we ought to change eliminate the concept of Deschutes River Corridor design review. But right now, this is the current ordinance, so if we're interpreting that is all I'm saying. I agree with you that maybe doesn't make sense to have it now. I mean, that's where I kind of go back to the land use, or the landscape zoning stuff is more like what they probably should have here, but that isn't what we have here. So I'm just trying to interpret it the way it was written, and maybe it will get changed through appeal. It'll be remanded or something, or I don't know.
Well, and I guess another example I think of is just, the parcels, existing parcelized lots, around Sun River. There was some development that happened back in the day that, hey, we need to put some regulations on this. The docks at the edge, the wetland areas, the elevation, the septic systems. So I'm just thinking back. Obviously, we weren't here, but 30 and 40 years ago, there was a time where this stuff really needed to be thought about. And I just don't see that that's the future, just because of that what I mentioned, the urbanizability of that northern area now.
But we're still keeping something, 10 acres is is rural in comparison to like,
And it's the urban
Yes.
reserve, but once that's platted like this, it's, yeah.
I guess the reason, just kind of sticking with this a minute, the reason I'm okay with this being a corridor design review program is that that desire to keep that really a pristine, nice river area and the sides coming up from the river is important. And if there is no design review, these houses are visible from there. You could have some, the houses, no matter what somebody says they're gonna do, somebody else could do something different if they owned it, or whatever, if there's no design review guidelines. So it just doesn't bother me that there would be some on these, that's a doable thing. People working with this kind of design review and a lot, especially on, almost every homeowners association or development has it, so it's not an unreachable goal is how I feel. And it may keep our river basins.
Well, this, yeah, private property, development opportunity, and this, if there's a design review required, there'll be an appeal opportunity. And, we know from experience that some people's, there's resources for the appeal process that seem to be unending sometimes. So, however you want to say it. So that really could put a crimp on somebody's.
Well, I don't know if you can actually appeal. I don't know quite what happens if the planning director makes a decision, and because usually it just gets kind of worked out. So I don't know how often somebody across the river appeals anything. Even with landscape zoning plans, people theoretically could appeal, but I don't even know if that happens.
Do we have information about an appeal opportunity that would be afforded?
In this case, it would function in the same way as any type of site plan review and any type of land use decision. So the neighbors within a certain distance would be notified of a particular project, a particular set of design review that would occur. And so there would be an opportunity for an interested party to appeal if they saw fit. One of the interesting things here that Commissioner Henderson pointed out, and I noted in my memo to the board today, is that one of the things that's slightly different about this set of design review that differentiates it from something like landscape management review is some of the conditions, particularly things like the compatibility with the surrounding area conditions, are very subjective, I would say. There's no set list of criteria, and so a lot of it is at the discretion of whoever the review body is to impose whatever those standards are. And so even if they were to go through site plan review, it's not entirely clear what level of compatibility would be suitable for this particular area, at least at this given time.
But being we're talking about housing, are you saying it could be too big a house, or what? I don't really think they're talking about commercial things.
And again, the way the code language is written, specifically that sub 3, I believe is what it is, the compatibility of the existing area, which is something similar that we have for things like our commercial site.
Yeah.
But
well, we've dealt with it on other stuff. It's E2 is what, yeah. I don't think an appellant would have much luck saying a house would be incompatible. It'd be I think it's going to get more into the issue of somebody not liking the house in one way or another. But again, it's a long ways across. The people that could appeal, I guess, would be people on the other side of the river. That's a long ways, kind of from where these houses are, I suppose.
But if it's in their view, it won't seem that far.
Yeah.
It's kind of fascinating when you drive around Tumalo. Sometimes you can look at like the Three Sisters, and they can look so close, just depending like where you're driving. And, so for the people that have had this view completely without anything on it, it could feel so much closer.
Yeah.
As someone who's been in a, built in a review zone, it's kind of interesting. So Commissioner Henderson, you really don't feel that EE is adequate?
Long enough. No, I don't think it's enough. Because it really doesn't do anything other than what the way, it's not really a creative provision, because it's only, again, if they build in this variance area. So that's really their what they've done is they've said, we'll agree to that as long as it's just limited to 3 lots, but it could have been all the lots. There wouldn't have been any difference if it was all the lots, because most of the other lots can't even get to the 100-foot mark, so is what we heard.
Right, they aren't.
So they are, so eliminating the 3 lots was just because they're already, even by variance, they can't get there. This says, well, if you somehow break the variance, but I don't think that's going to be the problem with these houses, that they're going to be inside the variance, therefore they need design review. I think the issue is whether, but again, I just don't think this would have been drawn up if the only time it came into effect was whoever drew it up, and for whatever purpose. I mean, they say what their purpose is. So that part seems like it's still true, even though it's not urbanization. It seems like that there was a reason it's in the county code. I don't know, but maybe.
This was the urban reserve. This was that holding area from the edge of the city into the county where it could have, the perimeter where it could be urbanized.
That's correct. Yeah, it's ultimately a piece of legacy code that has to do with the city of Bend, a very old urban growth boundary expansion proposal that was ultimately rejected for being too large by the state, and this was kind of an intermediary route that was chosen, which is you can have these areas that will be ultimately pulled into the UGB at a future point in time, and you can have some land use control over those, but it still is located within Deschutes County's jurisdiction, confusingly. And then that's confused even more by the fact that, as I stated earlier, in 2016, the overarching document by the city of Bend that originally controlled the goals for these areas was removed from them entirely. And so it falls back to the Deschutes
I just don't think in
comprehensive plan.
a situation like we're in today that we should be the ones just ignoring it because it's kind of irrelevant. If Lubra wants to say ignore it or something like that, okay, but this code exists, so it's, to me, it is what we're living with, so.
So you think of this as the canyon, the river, so it exists to protect that view corridor. I'm just, pointing out that Commissioner Adair's statement, looking across at the same elevation is different than the corridor of the canyon.
Well, I thought about that. Maybe we should go out and drive out there and see because I don't really have a visual picture of how. I have a picture that this is a wider space than when we're doing maybe Lower Bridge, which seemed to be kind of a tight canyon, in my opinion. That it seems like, looking at the topography and the map, it was wider, but I don't really know who would object to this site plan because it may not be visible to them. So that's what I don't really know, but
So I have a suggestion then.
Planning director.
What if we go out individually and look at it and come back on Monday? Since we seem to be in 3 different spots, would that be appropriate? Do we have
That'd be
time?
a record. That'd be adding to the record, I think.
Oh, can we not do that? Dave? Adam.
Commissioners, at this point, your record is closed. So if you're wanting to do a site review,
We couldn't.
it would require putting your recollections on the record and reopening the record so the parties could respond to your thoughts.
Okay, we have to, our issuance has to be done on December 31st then.
That's correct.
Okay. Well. So Commissioner Henderson, you're saying the 3 lots with the design review standards for those 3 lots?
Mm-hmm. Essentially, yeah.
Essentially is what you're saying. And Commissioner DeBonne, you're saying no.
That's correct. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that's not
yes or
necessary. No, we don't need to do that. And Commissioner Henderson's main argument then is we really do need to protect the future generations for what kind of development we're allowing in this very significant and very limited area of Deschutes County. I mean, we're not talking about the highway off in Highway 20 going east an hour. We're talking about the Deschutes River and the Beauty.
That, yeah.
So, okay, so that means I have to
Well, just remember, I mean, it's the true cost of housing. All the basics get back in here. Private property rights, you know, how much has this, and you know, there's not a long-term history of the current ownership, but I mean, you know, a large parcel like this, minimal subdivision is 10-acre parcels. You know, it's a state land use system with lots of layers on top of it already. So there's lots of checks and balances.
But none of those pertain to design review. I mean, unless this is the only one that plays design review. Yeah.
well, okay, then I guess I'll have to go with the rights of property owners at this moment.
Commissioner Adair, could you clarify that in terms
I'm
of?
just saying then Commissioner DeBonne does not like EE. Commissioner Henderson said it's really not a wide enough document to really give any substance to it. So either means I have to go over here or I have to go over there because they don't seem to want to come to where I feel like I'm in the middle. So that means that I have to go, you know, either with Commissioner DeBonne or with Commissioner Henderson. So I don't know. I feel like it's a hard call. And, you know, the fact that they are 10 acres is a lot of property, and hopefully they're going to do an excellent job in their plans.
So no design review required out
Right.
of the
Right.
out of the setback area.
Correct. No design review out of the setback area.
All right. With that being said, if it's going to be a 2-to-1 decision, which it sounds like, given the board's discussion, that's the direction we're going. I would recommend that the board actually vote on that particular finding and decision today. And the applicant has actually agreed to extend the clock in this instance to write up the final decision if the board has already voted on what the findings should be. And I can take the time to prepare that a little more delicately and in detail and bring that before the board next year, early next year sometime, rather than by the 31st, since you would have already voted on that.
Okay, so we do have to vote then.
Yes, Commissioner, this is Adam Smith. If I may provide a little bit more context, this will be similar to the circumstance we discussed with the text amendment proposed by Mr. Assetti, whereby because of the timing constraints and changing makeup of the board, staff is recommending that you go ahead and formally vote on the outcome of the decision now, and we will then prepare a staff report, or excuse me, we will then prepare a final decision that reflects that outcome, and then the commissioners will simply be affirming that the final decision is in conformance with their decision that was made today. And that the reason why we're handling it this way is that if well, as you know, our standard practice is we allow the prevailing party, especially if represented by an attorney, and especially if there's a high probability of a further appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals, to provide an initial draft of the findings. Staff then reviews that draft, makes any necessary edits, and then brings it to the board for their review. It will be very difficult to go through that process in a week. And so the applicant is proposing to take a little bit more time to make sure we get the decision right, to make sure it is a defensible and appropriate decision. And that will unfortunately bleed into next year. So to alleviate that concern, we recommend that you formally vote on the matter today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Smith. So Commissioner DeBonne?
So Kyle, as to say, I got really jumbled up in the terminology before. I think I'm going to use, should I use site plan review or design review? Or is that
called the Deschutes River Corridor Design Review.
Okay. And then outside of the 100-foot setback area, or what's the terminology for that again?
Yeah. So it sounds as if the board, Commissioners Adair and you, Commissioner DeBonne, are saying that the Deschutes River Corridor Design Review should only apply to those areas within the 100-foot setback.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, so I'll move that Deschutes River Corridor Design Review is only required within the 100-foot setback.
Okay. And I'll second the motion.
Commissioners, if I may interrupt, I would encourage you to then also clarify the outcome of the project itself. Right, in terms of the hearing officer made a decision, it was appealed by the applicant, and so you're technically voting on the outcome of that appeal.
Okay, yeah, so can we do that in a separate part? Because this was kind of that
Yeah, that's
topic,
fine. I think
yeah.
absolutely. I think we can entertain two different motions. I'm just recommending that you ultimately get to a motion that is giving the ultimate thumbs up or thumbs down on the project itself, so staff can then write that decision accordingly.
Well, wasn't there separate pieces to it? There was the lot line
Yeah.
adjustment approval, and then there was the collateral effort to try to bring in the things about the road. And do we have to make a motion? Because we just gave direction last time we did deliberations. We didn't really vote, did we, last time? I think we.
So,
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, there was no voting last time. The formal project itself, which was actually approved by the hearings officer, was a series of 2 property line adjustments and a 10-lot subdivision. If the board is voting in the direction it sounds like from these deliberations, they would uphold that decision but alter that one condition to just state that site plan review, the Deschutes River Corridor Design Review, applies only to those sections within the 100-foot setback.
Thank you, Kyle. That was stated perfectly.
well, so we have motion.
Lock set.
You did second it, correct?
Yes, I did.
So, yeah, we could get that completed.
Okay, so we've had further clarification. So anything further? Commissioner DeBonne?
I'll vote yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Vote no.
Okay, and the chair will vote yes. So then we need another motion to state that we are confirming the public hearing decision of the hearing officer. Do you want to?
So moved. Are we
Chair
there?
can make it?
Well, I mean, I moved
Again, just-
your words, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Again, just to clarify, upholding the hearing officer's decision, but altering the ad issue condition of approval, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So do I vote yes on this? Because I approve the development and adjustments. I just didn't approve the reading on the conditions, the one condition, actually.
Commissioner Henderson, my understanding of your position is that you would uphold the hearing officer's decision in its entirety, whereas the other 2 commissioners are proposing to uphold the hearing officer's decision, but with the
substantial alteration of the one at issue condition. So I would think that based on your previously stated point of view that you would vote against that motion.
Okay.
But I'd leave that to your discretion, of course.
Well, if you think that's what I'm saying, that makes sense.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, so did I just vote already?
Well,
No, we haven't voted. I haven't called for the vote yet.
Yes, I mean, if we have a motion clarity, I did.
Okay, so we have our motion.
Yep.
And
Was it seconded?
you second my motion. Well, you said some of
Either way, yep.
whatever. Okay, so Commissioner DeBonne.
So I'll acknowledge it was your motion that I seconded, and I'll vote yes.
Okay. And
I vote no.
you vote no, and the chair votes yes. All right.
Wow.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Kyle. I thought maybe we would be here till Christmas evening or something.
No worries. It is a complicated topic for sure. So just as a few clarifying points, as Adam pointed out, the applicant in this particular scenario has agreed to toll the clock until January the 29th. And so we will have the applicant prepare their first attempt to draft some findings based on the board's deliberations here today and the board's vote. And then I'll review that and ultimately bring it forward sometime early next year for the board to actually sign that formal written decision.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Of
January 29th, 2021. Okay.
Hopefully it'll be before then.
Yes, let's hope so. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we have our public hearing on the Spring River Rural Commercial Text Amendments. Cynthia, are you available? There you are.
I am right here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good afternoon, commissioners. If you want to take a deep breath after Kyle's, that was a complicated topic, so hopefully we will make this one a little easier on you. Cynthia Smith with the County Planning Division. We are here for a continued public hearing for an applicant-initiated amendment to the county zoning ordinance that would amend chapters 1874, 18116, and 18124. We started this hearing on December 2nd, continued it to today, primarily to address concerns expressed by the applicant on how the language, proposed language in 1874 was written. So we dug a little bit deeper and came up with an agreement. So what we're looking at is a code interpretation of the allowable area, 2,500 square feet in this case, for new commercial uses. The Spring River Rural Commercial Zone, it was not clear the way it was written. This size limit for new commercial uses and for buildings comes from comprehensive plan policy. We did provide with you in your packet a ordinance from 2002 that kind of demonstrates why we have this limitation in place. And the intent is that the rural commercial zone will allow fewer uses, smaller structures, and to cater just to the community and to visitors and not to the broader public. So what we did is we looked through the county code, and the county code addresses size limits in a variety of ways. So it's definitely not a perfect code, and we understand that. So in the attempt to make it a better code, we found some language in the Rural Service Center for Brothers, Hampton, Milliken, Whistle Stop, and Wild Hunt that we felt made the language from the comp plan. It was very plain, and it was clear. It identified building and building size limitations together with the actual commercial use limit. We made some changes to 1874. We sent that to the applicant. They reviewed it, and they were supportive of the changes. They agree that it definitely makes that section of code clearer. I do have those changes on a PowerPoint if you wish to look at it on a big screen, but it is also in the red line version in your packet. It's Exhibit A. We made changes to Exhibit A of Ordinance 2020-017. So that's where we are right now. If you have any questions or more discussion, I believe Greg Blackmore, the applicant's consultant, might be waiting in the wings if you have anything, or if he has anything to say, or if you have any questions for him.
One question. So can you remind me, this is an applicant-driven process, and now their application kind of has evolved in the code that's going to be proposed to complete this project. Can you help me with that concept, how it works, if that's a clear question? You know, so the applicant was asking for something, but now it just evolved between our two hearings.
It evolved, just to make it clearer. I think we really conquered the desire to add more uses at the Planning Commission level, and we brought those forward to you. And what we've changed here is just to clarify the language and a better way to read the language as it relates to the comprehensive plan and other rules and regulations that limit size and scope of the rural commercial zone.
So Cynthia, reading Greg's letter dated December 7th, apparently there was some confusion, and so he wants up to 2,500 square feet of a building space. The maximum size is the 2,500, and you can, on one lot, have more than one building of 2,500 square feet. So that's really what we clarified from the other day.
Correct.
Okay.
I see Greg is on the screen as well. But yes, that's what we wanted to define, that you have a building size limit, 2,500 square feet. And if you have multiple, or buildings, you can have multiple buildings no more than 2,500 square feet. And the use, if you have one commercial use, but it's spread out in two different buildings, you are also limited to 2,500 square feet.
So just confuse you more, Cynthia. When we're looking at the memo here, are the things that are in red new since the last hearing? Is that what you're saying?
Let me look at my memo here. I got it.
I'm on packet page 200 and 201, or 3 of 5 and 4 of 5, basically.
What we are showing there is the underline as new code. The cross out is old code coming out.
But I mean, are these changes since December 2nd?
Yes.
All of these reds here are new.
Yes.
Because we were looking at new on December 2nd as well.
So, yeah, sorry. We just restructured it. Okay. So some of it is still is consistent from December 2nd, and we've just restructured 1874-025A1. We restructured that, and we added A2, which is on packet page 201. And then we revised other sections in 1874-025 to reflect the same changes we did in A1, just to be consistent with our code. Go ahead.
I have a question then. Okay, so I'm assuming one person owns a lot, but what if two restaurants want to be on the same lot? They're going to lease it or something. Would that be not allowed?
Well, you have two separate
let's say Cafe Cinto
services.
wants to be in one spot and Marcello's wants to be in the other. So would both of those only could totally be 2,500 square feet? Because when you're saying any one type of use. Does that make sense?
Question. I would interpret that you've got two different uses, two different maybe one's a pizza and one's coffee, or something like that, two separate types of food uses, eating and drinking establishment. But that's
I don't know, I agree
that's a
with
good
what,
question. Let me
I
look
agree
at
with what
this.
Commissioner Dare's saying, that
I know,
it
I'm like,
reads to me like you could only have one hardware store, one beauty shop, one video store. I mean, there's only one category for eating and drinking establishments, which is, there right now, there's two there. There's the one,
Well, you can have, that list is just a just some of the things that you can have. You're not necessarily limited to that. So we're allowing retail, rental store, office, service establishment, including but not limited to any combination of the following uses.
So you could have 4 coffee shops and little buildings on the property.
You could.
There you go. 2 restaurants.
that
doesn't-
4, yeah, that A4 doesn't really read that way to me. Or whatever's, yeah.
I actually think it's 2, on page 201, item number 2.
Oh, well, yeah. or
That's where,
3.
that's what I underlined last night, was the aggregate area for any one type of use that takes place in multiple buildings may not exceed 2,500 feet. So I'm like,
Well, 4 is
Well,
kind of the same thing said differently.
okay.
I agree with both of what you said and what I said, yeah.
I mean, it's like an unintended consequence.
Seems like it's inartfully drafted to
Yeah.
do whatever it is you're trying to accomplish. What are they trying to accomplish with this? I get the thing that no building, a use isn't supposed to be more than 2,500 square feet of floor space. And if it takes place in multiple buildings, it also can't be more than 2,500 square feet. But then it goes down, the next one, 4, is a building or buildings, each not exceeding 3,500 used by a combination of uses may not exceed, I don't get that. How can you have anything that's 3,500 if you've already, isn't there a limit of 2,500?
Yeah, why is that one in there?
If it's agricultural related, you're allowed up to, or forestry related, and those two were put in the.
Oh, that only pertains to pet and livestock supply and farm and machinery sales.
We just wanted to match the code that we put in up above. So all the general commercial uses are limited to 2,500 square feet, while agriculture or forestry related are have an allowance up to 3,500 square feet.
I don't see where you get that from. I don't
That's,
even see forestry.
Yeah, it's I believe it's in a comprehensive
code
plan
somewhere.
policy. It's just not in your current memo.
Well, it's not in the memo, but it's in the code, okay.
So Cynthia, you don't really see a problem with that? One type of use?
I do not.
I think somebody could argue that it's a problem when the guy that owns the first hardware store could say, hey, you can't have a hardware store here because under the code, there can only be one of them. And there's only, and I take, maybe you could have I take 2,100 square feet. Well, you can have a 400-foot hardware store. That's how it reads to me. Maybe we better talk to legal about this.
Yes. Adam, are you on?
I don't know if he is, or David.
Well, there he just went. Okay.
Oh, commissioners, I'm here. I've been listening in.
Okay.
County. Sorry, I'm having something come in. Yeah, county legal can certainly take a closer look at the language and try and clarify the intent if the commissioners are concerned that it's not meeting your current intent. I mean, without a doubt, we can work with CDD to come up with something.
Okay. It just seems like we're creating a problem that we don't really want to have.
Well, I understand entirely, and at the end of the day, I mean, these are legislative decisions, and staff's goal is to ensure that the code meets your legislative intent, and if it's not there, then it's not there, and we could keep working on it.
Okay. What's our timeline on this, Cynthia?
We do not have we're not bound by the 150-day timeline.
Okay.
Legislative.
Right.
So.
Well, that's good.
We were, working on getting this through with under the current commission. If we were to continue, it would then move over into the next commission.
But Commissioner Henderson, you see what I was talking about, right?
Oh, yeah, I agree with you.
Okay.
I think it causes confusion because it says right here, any of the following uses.
Yeah.
And then, so that means fishing supplies and equipment is a use, not Joe's fishing supplies
So
versus.
fishing, so you're saying fishing supply or snowmobiling, not two fishing supply companies?
That's what I'm saying, that are more than 2,500 square feet. So you could have more than one, but the maximum for that use would be 2,500 square feet. So, Joe's fishing and Bob's fishing together have to be 2,500 feet.
When it's fishing season, you need a couple fishing
Yeah.
shops.
Well, there's 2 restaurants there now that are,
Yeah.
that are more than 2,500 feet.
So I will just chime in that, it's pretty rare that we see 2 types of uses on one lot, or 2 food services on one lot. Right now, that's not what we have down there. And, one could definitely argue that, 1 food service is allowed per lot, only 2,500 square feet. That's not gonna, that doesn't prohibit them from going to the neighboring lot and add a food service over there. It's not very common that we would see competing, for example, food services on one lot. And so I don't see this as being a big issue. I can understand the confusion, and one could make the argument that you're only allowed that one use can have 2,500 square feet on a property, whether it's in 1 or 2 buildings.
Well, so maybe I'm mistaken. So this is each lot can have these? Because what there is now is there's 2 restaurants, but they're not on the same lot, I don't
Correct.
think.
Right. Yeah, so this is per lot. This is not overall. If that was the confusion, this is per property, per legal property, legal lot. So, you can have a retail on one lot, a retail on the next lot, a restaurant, and then a restaurant. You could have, there's, several acres here. I can't remember the exact acreage of Spring River, and you've got 17 tax lots. You have a lot of development possibility, and with multiple use in multiple businesses of the same, you could have a hardware store right next to another hardware store if you wanted. It's just one could make the argument, and I can understand this argument, that you can only have 1 hardware store per property.
Oh, I see. Well, this doesn't really refer to lots. When you read what you put in our memo, it just says uses permitted, and it doesn't really say per lot, or I don't see where it does anywhere. But that must be what they're talking about, is per lot.
And I truly read it as a wide open statement, including but not limited to any combination of. That just opens it wide open.
The intent of the proposed amendment was to provide more opportunities for commercial development in the Spring River Rural Commercial Zone. And so we tried to provide a broad, scope, something scope to say, hey, we agree, retail, rental, store, office, and service establishment, including those things that are listed here, but we're not limited to those things. And how our code is written is for each, for lots within that zone. It looks like Peter just is here, so I don't know if he has anything to say.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, would it be appropriate to offer a perspective?
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, commissioners. The way I read the provision of code, again, it's examining land use opportunities for individual lots of record, right, that were lawfully established. And to the extent that the lot, and these are small lots as I understand them right now, because this is a historic land use pattern, but to the extent that the lots are large enough, or let's say lots were consolidated, you could have in one building or multiple buildings an assortment of retail uses in this example, but there are limitations on the area for those retail uses. So if you look at, looking at 18.74.025 uses permitted, and sub B is, I think, trying to get to that point that that to the extent that there are multiple buildings, each use can exceed 2,500 square feet, but you could use, if there was a large enough building, it could have a mixture of uses. So you're trying to manage the rural commercial opportunities, but acknowledge that if the structure is large enough, and certainly if the septic system can accommodate it all, that it could accommodate more than just one use. But again, there's a cap if it's a singular building, or excuse me, if a singular use on one building, or if it's a large enough building that can accommodate more uses, there's a cap involved. Is that helpful? Or did I just confuse everybody?
I'm reading under B, conditional uses.
No, he meant to A2, the one we added.
A2, yes. But I don't like B, that one. I mean, I think that's a problem.
B is not, oh, I see, B sub 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let Cindy speak to that one.
Do we want to?
These are for conditional use items, which is.
Yeah.
Only.
A is the permitted by.
Oh, it's the big list.
The big
all the
list,
fishing
then,
stores.
Yeah, all those are the A is all the uses outright, permitted outright, and all you have to do is site plan. B is just those that are conditional, so you have to get a conditional use permit. And so it's marijuana, mini storage, and those things.
Okay, so you couldn't have mini storage, everybody's mini storage offices there. You can only have one? Is that what it's referring to?
Well, you could. Well, you have to get a conditional. They're just saying if you're going to have one of these items, you have to get a second level of review almost. You got to become a conditional use. They're not allowed outright, which is makes a higher standard, I think, is what the point of conditional use, right? Cynthia?
Right, yeah, I was following you. We added B2 in there just to be consistent with A and what we added there. The applicant is not requesting changes to the conditional uses. So what you see under B2 is just staff making changes to be consistent with those changes we made in A. But the main focus here is A, one, adding additional uses, and then clarifying how much square footage they have to use in building size and in use square footage. I see that Greg Blackmore does have a question, and I don't know if he's able to speak.
Okay, well, so
this is a public hearing still, isn't it?
So did Peter explain then A2, that sentence, because that still has that problem in it. The second sentence of that, the aggregate area for one type of use that takes place in multiple buildings may not exceed 2,500 square feet.
Well, I think.
So the issue that we're wrestling with, and I'm sorry that the language is so crummy, is that this is a rural zone that obligates the county to ensure that it doesn't become urban. And in 35 years ago, the county had to go through and create this zone to meet those provisions of state law, as the county was meeting unincorporated community requirements. So that the intent, I think, in working with the applicant and staff was to provide these opportunities to the extent that there's a building large enough to accommodate an assortment of uses, that each use can't exceed 2,500 square feet within that building. And if we go beyond that, I think we are vulnerable to violating state law in turning in a commercial district into something that's beyond rural in nature. I see that Will's on. Will's weighed in on this as well. And just, Will, as you've come on, the board, I think, is in some respects is struggling with the way that the staff has written the aggregate threshold to not exceed 2,500 square feet or 3,500 square feet, depending on the use, if it's in one building. But I don't know if you, anyway, I'll pause there, commissioners, and if it's appropriate, I think Will could also articulate kind of what the intentions were for structuring the language as it's currently.
Okay. Will.
Hey, commissioners, good afternoon. Nice to see you.
Merry Christmas. Well,
yes, Merry Christmas.
We're going to be here for a while, so yes.
Yes, for sure. So this the state statute and Oregon administrative rules frequently use this building or buildings not exceeding language. And it's been a source of some head scratching over the years, and we're not aware of any case law that's definitive on this. And our code has implemented this in a number of different ways in different sections. So in some sections, it merely follows the ambiguous statutory and administrative rule provisions. It says, the use shall be located in buildings or buildings not exceeding 2,500 square feet. And there's a bunch of readings that could come out of that. One reading is that there can be any number of buildings, provided that each one of them doesn't exceed 2,500 square feet. Another plausible reading is that your use could be up to 2,500 square feet and could be distributed across multiple buildings. Let's say for some reason it made sense to have your use in two 1,250 square foot buildings, and that your use didn't exceed 2,500 square feet, and the buildings didn't exceed 2,500 square feet, and thus it could comply. And so when we looked across the code, it seemed like the version of this, I think it came out of Tumalo, that most clearly uses this aggregate language. And it specifies both, there's a cap on the building sizes, makes it clear that you can have multiple buildings, and makes it clear that you can have uses span buildings. And so typically what you might see here is you might see a 2,500 square foot building that has 3 or more retail stores in it, or two retail stores. And then you might have another 2,500 square foot building on the same property that's in some other use category that might be in some sort of service, maybe it's a salon or some other allowed use in the zone. And the notion is that you would basically allow a property to accommodate a variety of small scale uses up to its lot coverage. And in our discussions with DLCD and taking a look at other sections of the code, it seems like this is what the intent of that section is. And to the extent that we're over-interpreting it, perhaps we're being overly restrictive. It might be possible that a broader use was allowed there, but this matches some of our other code, and we're certainly not, to my read, we're certainly not making a mistake in under-regulating this.
So Will, I got a question. So as I read this sentence over and over, it seems like the 2,500 can either be the limit on the size of the buildings, or it can be the limit on the side of the use. And if you want to be both, here's how I would write it. I would add the word in the first sentence. I'd say uses in section A1 shall be located in a building or buildings, each building not exceeding 2,500 feet of floor space. That would limit the size of the buildings. In addition, the aggregate area for any one type of use that takes place in multiple buildings may not exceed 2,500, and that limits the size of a use. Is that what they're trying to do?
Yes.
No buildings more than 2,500 feet and no uses more than 2,500 feet.
Right, but say you had a huge property, you could have 100, 2,500 square foot buildings, you could have 100 different uses in those buildings, or
right,
provided that they
well,
would.
then those, I would use those deals. So the first sentence just talks about the size of the buildings. The second talks about the size of the uses, and they happen to be the same, but they don't have to be the same. You could.
As you read it out, I understood what you said, and I understand it to be equivalent to what's there. And given that, you know, you read it, you obviously have a lot of experience in this, and it was confusing to you, you know, a rewording that makes it more clear. I don't think there's any harm in it.
Well, here's why I don't like the first sentence, is because you can't tell what the not exceeding 2,500 square feet of floor space modifies. Does it modify the uses, which is the first part of the sentence, or does it modify the buildings? That's why I included the word each building not exceeding 2,500 square feet. In addition, the aggregate area for any one type of use that takes place in multiple buildings may not exceed, can't exceed it. If that's what you're trying to do. I don't know if that's the goal, that would make it cleaner.
I think you're tracking, I don't have that language in front of me, but I believe that has the same effect that was intended and was the effect that we discussed with the applicant.
Does that make sense to you all if we put it that way?
Right. Yes.
Yes, it does, and it's interesting because, so then it brings up the question of, I mean, if this could be debated like this, is, you know, what are the possible outcomes of this sentence, you know, without those words? So and there are a couple in there.
Well, that's what, I couldn't tell reading it which one they were trying to do. I mean, I don't know why the goal is 2,500 feet, but I guess it's to avoid urbanization, but.
Because it's a rural zone.
Madam Chair,
yes,
members of the commission, I mean, one thought is instead of, I mean, I know everyone's well-intentioned to try to, I know this has been a continuation and it's tempting to work on the language midstream. I think we want to get the language right. The board, I think, correctly has identified that even with staff's intentions in coordinating with the applicant, it's still confusing. And I would, for your consideration, suggest leaving the written record open for a period of time. Let us go into the new year. There's no point in rushing this. I know the applicant has some expectations to get some development going in this area, but this is what happens when, you know, we're getting into the minutia of legislative intent and regulatory language. So I think it's going to be easier on all of us to have the board consider continuing the written record for a couple of weeks. Staff can work with legal counsel and the applicant to get the language to a position where it's clearly understood, and then we can, in mid-January, have this matter before the board for deliberations once again.
Thank you, Peter.
Commissioners, this is Dave. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm kind of picking up on what Peter just suggested. I would suggest even further, if the board's inclined to do that, we just continue this public hearing. I think there could be alterations, changes, different courses that come out of an additional period of time that would, I think, justify a continued public hearing. This is legislative, so we're not under any time clock. So if the board is inclined to push this into January, I would say we just tee it up for a continued public hearing, which impliedly the record would remain open at least through the beginning of that hearing.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. All right. So are we back to Cynthia then? Cynthia?
I'm here.
Yes. May we do that then? To continue this to January and just maybe tighten up the wording a touch?
We can. I know that just a note here. I don't know if you can see Greg Blackmore has would like to say something before we decide how to continue this. If the chair would be willing to.
Yes, I didn't see that he had his hand raised, but that would be lovely.
Probably been on the edge of his seat the whole time here.
Yes, Greg, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you very much, and appreciate appreciate the continuance to this point, and the effort that's been put forth. Just a little bit of background of how we got here. We did have a staff recommendation to the Planning Commission and a Planning Commission recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. And in an effort to slightly improve the language to slightly improve the recommendation of the Planning Commission, staff had suggested some revised language. And that revised language created the concern that, the way it was written, as we start digging into it, the concern was that as written, any one lot might not be able to have any more than 2,500 square feet of a building or use. And so that is the reason for, just for background, that was the reason for the continuance and this revised effort that we've come to date. So this revised text was then, my understanding, that staff scoured the existing code, and really tried to find what can be allowed here, and also try to replicate what was the intent of the Planning Commission in their recommendation. And our understanding of the recommendation of the Planning Commission was a few things here. One, we want to make sure that any use is not more than 2,500 square feet. That's important. Any building is not more than 2,500 square feet. However, there's not a limit to the number of buildings on any one lot. Upon review of this language, that is not newly crafted language, but language that's already taken out of the Deschutes County Code, we do feel that this language achieves all of those intents, and it's not new language per se. It's not new language for the county. It's new language from other sections that it's appropriate to put in this particular area. I would note that for my clients, timing. While this is legislative and there's no 150-day time clock, timing is of the essence. There's a need in the area for more, services, for employment opportunities, and more services to the surrounding area. So, of course, they'd like to get to resolution as soon as possible, so they also ultimately can proceed with future development on the site. But really, the concerns that were raised, we fully understand and respect those. I do, and in hearing from staff, it sounds as if staff's understanding is that the code allows for buildings up to 2,500 square feet, allows for multiple buildings on one lot, and allows for any one use on a lot to not exceed 2,500 square feet. So that's kind of the overall picture of where we stand. Of course, we would appreciate if a decision could be rendered sooner rather than later, so we could proceed with it, with application and with development. But those are, I guess, the initial thoughts and comments that I would have on your behalf. And of course, we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
So couldn't we just clarify this wording and bring it back on the 30th, and we could close the hearing and have our deliberations and approve it all on the same day if we wanted to? And if we don't want to drag it out into January, I mean, there's not much issue here.
Right. Can we do that on
You're
our
saying
schedule?
the content, we would all agree upon the content.
Yeah.
So then Mr. Blackmore is saying that you could have 2 or 3 or 4 buildings of 2,500 square feet. But you can't have the same business type? I mean,
You can have the same business type up to 2,500 square feet, so you could have half your restaurant in one building and half in the other building or whatever, but the maximum, he said the goal is both. It's building size is limited to 2,500 and business use is limited to 2,500 amongst those buildings. And so, he's clarified that. So the only issue is there any way we can improve the wording a little bit between now and the 30th? So because we're stumbling over as we read it, saying, well, I could read it this way or that way. Maybe there's a way to make it just absolutely clear. If that could be done, we could get it all done in one meeting, couldn't we?
Right.
And then we'd be.
30th might be, yes.
That'd be all right with me. I mean, then you wouldn't have to.
Well, I'm supportive, yeah. I don't want to delay it either.
Let's do that, if we can do that.
See what we can do.
We can, we can revise, you can discuss the language now and bring it back for first reading on the 30th. The other option is you can do first reading as amended in this discussion, but we'd want to discuss exactly the language that you need to.
I guess what I was just
Like
suggesting is if we're gonna, rather than spend more time today with all of us trying to wordsmith this, what about a couple of you looking at it or taking into consideration what we're saying and then coming back with something on the 30th that we can approve, you know? You could tell us individually what you came up with or whatever, but we're not really disagreeing on the philosophy or the purpose. We're just, it's whether the wording is clear to somebody like ourselves reading it. And couldn't we do that? So you and
Yes.
whoever could work it out.
We can tweak the language and bring it back to you on the 30th for.
And then take it as far as it goes.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, so go ahead.
Okay.
Didn't know if Chair Adair have anything or not.
Exactly what Commissioner Henderson just said.
Yeah. So she's exiting for a meeting.
Yeah, I have got to go to another meeting regarding something else more.
So the question before the board is, are we closing the hearing and the oral and written hearing, or are we leaving it open and written record open until the 30th?
I think it needs to stay open if the words are going to change.
Well, we're leaving, I understood we were leaving the hearing open so you could talk amongst yourselves or with us or whatever and come up with, is this really the best wording we could get on this? And then we're going to come back on the 30th. We'll have this like we did today with the wording, and then we'd say, okay, that looks good, if assuming it does, and we'd approve it that day, and we could do a first reading that day, couldn't we? And we do everything that day.
So I think Greg had one more thing. I just wanted to.
The only comment that I would have, because I know that talking with or hearing Will's comments and Cynthia's comments, and in general, presenting that the language does achieve the desired outcome. So I think it's important. I know that Commissioner Henderson, you did suggest some specific language. Definitely want to make sure that there's something that ultimately gets to be approvable, and you did have some suggested language. Just want to make sure we all know what that language is, so that it gets properly written to accommodate your desired, the overall and you had some specific comments, but the overall commission's desired intent or the tweaks that are needed.
Well, just so you're clear, I just suggested something. I don't know if it's, I mean, I guess what I was thinking is you all would look at this and say, yeah, that works or whatever. To me, it was more clear, but it was the first time anybody had looked at it, and I just thought of it maybe something better. It just, the first sentence, the word not exceeding 2,500 could be used either to find, and maybe it's supposed to be uses or building sizes, and so it's kind of left there a little vague. And maybe and then the second one, I don't know. I'm just saying, rather than all of us sit here and we've got other things we got to do, trying to come up with wording, a couple of people get together and then you can run what we do typically, Greg, is we talk about this maybe offline and say, does that meet what you were talking about? And we kind of get it, because it's not really, we're not just trying to clarify it. And it was confusing to Commissioner Dare, and it's also confusing to me. It may be not confusing to you as planners, but you created it, so you're showing it to us saying, it's like, well, that doesn't, it seems vague, and, or, so.
Commissioners, we will restructure A2 as the crux here, and I think that and we might need to look at B2 that we've added just to clarify that a little bit more, so it's we'll just clarify that and try to maybe rework the language there so it reads a little better.
Okay.
There we go. And we'll refer to this as an open public hearing until, was it the 30th or?
30th, yeah.
We can come back on the 30th.
Yep.
Commissioners, would it be appropriate, I'm recognizing the applicant, Greg Blackmore's response in terms of a desire to get the amendment in place. Of course, any land use in this location would require an entitlement before a building permit. Would the board be supportive of, for your consideration, an ordinance? Of course, it's a continued public hearing, but to the extent that the hearing is closed and deliberation occurs, an ordinance with an emergency provision for, to the extent, and again, I'm not being presumptuous, not trying to be presumptuous, but to the extent that there's support for the amendments as remedied, an ordinance that could be signed with that emergency clause, maybe not immediately, but I know in the past the boards put 30 days, for example. So is that something worth pursuing?
30 days may be the way to go on something like that. I mean, and it's a courtesy emergency at that point.
Right.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel about the same way as Commissioner Gavone does about emergencies are kind of overused, but it's the wording. But yeah, I would be open to that, I guess.
The 30 days?
Yeah, that'd be.
Yeah.
Once we get there, yeah.
Yeah, please provide us that option.
Not trying to predetermine the amendments right now, but Cindy, as the board just acknowledged, if you could prepare an ordinance that has that emergency, sorry that we have to use that terminology, but has that clause, then the board's in a position to determine when that effective date will be, if they find that the amendments are satisfactory and worth adopting in a 2020 ordinance. Yeah. Okay, thank you, commissioners, for that comment.
Okay.
So we will be back on the 30th with some changes and a new ordinance.
There we go.
Okay. Thank you.
That's how it's done. So at this time, we have other items and one executive session today. Is that correct? So, and I'll be ready for a break before.
Yeah, me too.
Too long.
After other items.
So, okay. Do you have anything?
I thought I was just going to mention that I thought the AOC meetings were pretty good on Monday. It seems more organized going into the next session of the legislature than it was 2 years ago. And I don't know why, but there's more definable goals or maybe it's just having been around 2 more years, it seems better, but I don't know.
Remember, we had the financial issues were overhanging the organization, and then some staff was rotating around. So I think this is kind of a run-up to the next version of AOC and its legislative efforts right now.
I was kind of impressed with the staff.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of new faces there, and just a comment I had on that.
So I have proposed a legislative fix to be created for the marijuana tax dollars. So remember, we have a legal brief looking for clarity, but a parallel path could be a legislative fix. It may or may not be supported, but why not do that? I mentioned it to Representative Zika, so he knows that we're maybe asking. But I'm here. It's a shame it's just 2 of us, but I'm here to ask: is the board supportive of that?
I think that's a good idea because it may be easier than the legislative. The department might fight us, whereas the legislature might say, "Yeah, that seems fair." I think because I read the article from Monday or whatever it was talking about it, and what wasn't said in there is that I just think this was an unanticipated situation. It was like, if you opt in, you get tax dollars. If you opt out, you don't. But what if you've opted in for a while? And so I think a legislative fix may be easier in some ways, because they could argue, well, no, because they're trying to keep the money for something else. But I would think the legislature might be supportive of that. I don't know, maybe they won't. But.
Well, and that's the thing. So that's why I would bring it up too. If it's kind of a gamble there, they'll give us clarity, all right, which is the wrong way. But
That's true.
yeah, and I don't see it like.
Well, that'd be something to think about, I guess, with legal. Is it less likely to?
Well, I have a hunch. I mean, we still have approved land uses that might get OLCC approvals at some point. So there's a little bit of a growth possibility also. There are existing producers. There's retail activity. And we have opted in for the purpose of being fair with the land use that allowed us, being as fair as we could. And it just never got landed. It kept filling up the room. There was two passionate sides every time we did it.
Yeah.
So this is where we had to go. So I lean towards having the parallel path of a legislative fact.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm asking for clarity today, because I just mentioned it to Representative Zuka already. So.
Yeah, I haven't thought about it, but I think just off the top of my head, it sounds good to me.
So I mean, it's not a bill number or anything, but it could be a legislative concept.
Legislators from the area. There's, we've got 7 different legislators that have parts of our county. We might be able to get a couple.
Yeah, well, and Zika, because he's the donut, which is the rural. So that's the reason, a representative in the House for financial issues with the donut.
You might get,
but yeah, we can bring
might co-sponsor with you, and then Finley or might too.
So I'm just saying, I'll proceed a little bit, and I'll do whatever we can.
Interesting, because I do think we're entitled to the money. So.
Okay, so I'll take that as direction, and then we can formalize it in our legislative updates as we proceed. And then Eastern Oregon Counties Association?
Yes, Commissioners, we've finalized the IGA with EOCA. There was a couple small changes that David has made that you've seen that were submitted to you. I've chased down the dues issue. It turns out that I have a copy of the schedule that outlines the dues structure for each of the participating counties, and the one that was adopted is in line with what we've paid the last 3 years or so. So that seems consistent. So if you're ready, you can authorize signature of that agreement.
So we must have got real close to this a few months ago, because I thought we had finished it. Because we had talked about the severability clause or whatever it was, remember? Jointly severable or what,
I remember talking about that.
We just didn't quite get it finished, I guess.
So is our agreement different than the other counties have signed? Or did Dave change the course of the whole thing for everybody?
What I could speak to is the agreement that is before you for signature does omit several from joint and several liability. With that exception, I believe it's the same agreement everyone else prior to Deschutes County would have signed. Whether the organization will go back and have everybody sign a new one with that word out, I'm not sure, but at least Deschutes County wouldn't be subject to that joint and several liability. It would just be joint liability.
Good. So we have not voted on this document as a board?
I don't recall us having an actual vote on it. It's also not clear who would sign it.
Yeah, it says by and a date. Well, you can, Tom. So I didn't read this with thinking about, is this the agreement we want? I just thought in my box and have it with me, but I guess I feel like I'd like to read it just because that's good to see it's gone. I will, voice my concern about whether it's worth, I was one of the ones that excited to get us into EOCA a few years ago, and you were too, and now I'm less excited about it because it seems like so many of the things they talk about are remote to us, but we'll see how it goes. Maybe it'll improve over time, and theoretically it should be a great thing. Like that group that was here today about the breweries, that'd be a natural place to put it out for all the Eastern Oregon breweries. Because a lot of us have a lot of winter, and I bet there's a brewery in John Day and a brewery in Baker, and there's probably a whole network, and that's the real value of it, I think. So
We'll bring it back on the 30th.
I guess on the 30th, if that's all right, or I'll try to, if there's any comments, I'll make them. I think they'll sign it, but that's kind of odd that they would have a different agreement with us than with everybody else, but.
Well, but that's the way this organization, it's that mature, but this is a pretty formal step, and it's.
Yeah.
I have a hunch they'd be happy with it, but it's not that far off.
Dave, you should have changed our fee structure.
Yeah, well.
I left that up to Tom.
There you go. Anything else?
I also put a copy of a requested letter from the city of Bend to support their project turnkey application in your box earlier. I don't know if you had a chance to look at that. I just got it last night, and they were hoping to submit the application today. I told them that I may or may not get support today, and I may bring it back on the 21st. But so that's what I was told. So I don't know if you would like to take a look at it now or wait till Monday.
Yes, I didn't bring it down. I just happened, I did grab it, but it's on my desk. I understand the concept. What's your thing?
I guess I just had more confidence in the Bethlehem Inn approach.
Well, yeah, so is there any more information? So this is the city of Bend. Do they want to be?
Partners with Neighbor Impact.
Yes. So Neighbor Impact with Ben, Bethlehem Inn with Redmond.
See, I mean, and I'm a resident of Bend and have been for many years. I just felt a little stronger about the other endorsement. This one, I'm a little.
Well, I don't mind letting it slip today.
Okay. Maybe we talk about it a little more.
I mean, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be.
Yeah.
And the committee will know it.
Yeah. We could talk about it. I'd like to have Commissioner Dare here too when we.
Yeah, and if it comes back on the 21st.
Okay.
So we are having a meeting on the 21st also, I guess.
We are.
Next Monday.
Commissioner Henderson won't be able to be there, but
Okay.
we have one scheduled for.
So all of us will be there on the 30th.
Yeah.
So I was just thinking the EOCA thing. So let's do that on the 30th still. Yeah.
The only other thing, well, possibly two other things, just depending on what you'd like to do today, but I forwarded to you an email this morning with an update on the business loans. It is exactly in line with what Patty knows. She and I talking, she said, yep, that's exactly what happened. So that's in your email. The checks are.
With what loans?
The business grant loans, the two.
Oh, yeah, that we talked about this morning. Yeah, I read the email at lunch.
So the check should be ready next Wednesday, the 23rd. I think you might be out of town that day, so, but.
Yeah, I am.
We're going to help distribute them.
Good.
And Whitney's been working on a plan to set that up. So Patty wanted to hand out checks. So we're going to make that happen with her. So Commissioner DeBone, if you'd like to participate in that also. It'll be
do it right here. You can do it in this room.
Outside under a tent.
That's where we ended up. We looked at a whole bunch of different ideas on how we could do it, but that appears to be the most logistically feasible in terms of moving people around within the COVID pandemic parameters. So if I don't know if you want to hear about that or just plan on having you be part of it, and we can give you the details at a later point.
Yeah, I may or may not be here. So,
Okay.
But I mean, if I'm here, I'll do it. Not a problem.
Okay. So I thought I might.
Well, I would like, we all thought it was a good idea, wasn't it, Commissioner Dare? So I don't want her to, to be like her idea because I said it first actually, and they said they couldn't do it, and so, but I thought it was very doable, and it's like, seriously, how hard is this? So if it's done, it should be broadcast as not just her idea, because it wasn't.
Yeah, no, we're not talking about her getting credit for the program.
No.
We'll publicize that, work with the media, I'm sure, on
We just want to get it to them as fast as we can, and mailing it out on Christmas Eve seems kind of like, oh, here, you'll get this when you get it, and they'll be like, it's a nice thing that they can get as soon as we're able to write them. I mean, I don't think there's anything magic about the 23rd, personally. I mean, why couldn't it be the 21st? But anyway,
Well,
good. I'm glad we're doing it.
Set of checks. I mean, it is administrative work. Yeah.
Well, I don't know how long it takes them to do it.
So we'll give you another update on Monday with Simon, and we can make some final decisions on what just the handout looks like. And then I'll have David available if you have any questions on the program overall. We can talk about them. Also, I know you're not going to be there, Commissioner Henderson. I know you had asked about being able to see the application, so I reminded them of that ask this morning. They said right now they're blind because they had the committee review them without looking at the name of the business to ensure more objectivity in reviewing them. But at some point that, it's going to become public record what was done. So we will, make sure that you have access to them.
Well, one thing I was concerned with is that they'd apparently invoked a 35% loss or more rule. That was never something we discussed. And so what if somebody has 32% but really, it's so hard to say how much loss you have, but if that would have been known as a criteria, maybe people would have looked at their books harder or something. So I'm a little concerned about some that might not have gotten in because there's I just wonder about that. I don't know specific businesses about that rule, but that rule was new since we decided criteria and priorities. And there may be a good-sized business that doesn't have 35, they have 32, but they have lots of employees, or they've had 32 all year versus 1 month, or I don't know how they did it. I'm just saying that was never something we talked about, was a amount of loss criteria. And that, as it was explained today, that was one of in that email, that was one of the 3 or 4 criteria. And that was, I hope it didn't screen out people that really needed it. And that's why I wanted to, because it's hard, it depends on how many months people included. Anyway.
And again, I'm not sure on how they arrived at that. I know Patty
Well,
was
that's
part of the discussion and on the committee.
Well,
We can,
I don't know if she was. The decision was made. First time she was part of a meeting was yesterday, I think. Wasn't that the first meet? I mean, that must have been decided by the people processing the applications.
I'm honestly not sure.
Yeah, I'm not either, but cross our fingers. But I know that I just hope there's people that need it that didn't get screened out because they had 33% or whatever. But
So for next Wednesday, I just might be going across, or even to Idaho, to go see a meat processing plant in support of this legislative effort that is USDA inspections. Because I've been to a small plant, but I've never been to a plant that is a couple hundred head a day, and there's very specific things that I could go see. I do a very specific, COVID protocol, not risk anything. But that's why I think I might not be here next Wednesday. If we're not having a board meeting, that's what I would do. So.
Well, I thought your proposal was well received on Monday.
Yeah, and that was just an invitation, but you saw the excitement. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was good.
At the ALC meeting, yeah.
Okay, do you want to bring up the arts grant thing?
The other thing.
Commissioners, Laura was reconciling your arts and cultures allocations from today, and inadvertently there was a misstep with the spreadsheet, and you over allocated by $3,000. So she's available to pop back into today's meeting, or she can come back to you on Monday to attempt to balance that allocation, whatever your preference is.
You guys can do it on Monday if you want.
Yeah, Monday.
Okay, sounds good.
We did give her a couple chances on this allocation thing.
Yeah, I also feel like you may have set a speed record with that.
Yeah, it just fell right into place. It did. We were all thinking
It was too easy. Me and you're saying this is too easy. Can't work that easily. How was the press conference, by the way, yesterday? I saw you forwarded on. Did you look at it?
I haven't had time to review it in depth, but I did read the coverage, as I'm sure you did as well in today's.
Oh, I haven't yet. No, I haven't actually.
Like it was informative and the first step in what we hope will be a lot of communication about vaccines. So I still need to get to it.
I still think there should have been some pushback that we should have been able to at least watch it. You didn't have to ask questions, but because
I'll follow up on that.
just as the health authority, it would have been valuable for us to get it right off the grill.
Touch base with them on that.
It just seemed kind of odd to me. I mean, I didn't want to ask any questions, but it would have been nice to be able to listen.
Yeah, we can follow up on that. So hopefully we can get resolved for the future.
So executive session for real property. Now let's take a 5-minute break and we'll get back.
Yeah, I'm going to get my little packet on that. Are we having an update on where things are? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to get my packet upstairs.
Bring half of my books up right now.